Hello, everybody, and welcome to NECC Rainbow Six Week 5. It's hard to believe that we're
Yeah.
already this far into the season. I am Light Rose, and joining me tonight is the wonderful Treasure. And today we got a couple of players tonight, Rio Grande and OMU Esports.
Yes, this will be a pretty exciting one. Thank you, Light Rose. I'm pumped to get in this one. And like you said, week 5, we are past that halfway mark for regular season. So this is where everyone's really starting to find their spots exactly where they're going to end up in their divisions. This one specifically is the Emergence East Division. So these two are sitting, Rio Grande at a 1-2 record and CMU on the other side. The Eagles are sitting at 2-1. So not far apart at all. These guys are still middle of the pack, still duking it out. So it could go either way as we continue on the season. For each of them, there's some mystery competition up across that hill past today in the coming weeks, but they have kind of slotted in there. And Rio Grande definitely is going to be looking to get back up to even, in Central Methodist 3-1 is where you can start peeling ahead, and that's a real positive win rate at that point.
Yeah, so today could be a turning point for either of these teams. But we got to take a look at the rosters first. Let's look at what Rio Grande is going to be bringing to the table. They can go on up. We got Caboost, Quixie, Skyline, Quads, and I think the banner down there is kind of covering Ice and
There we go.
Ice. There it is, and now we get to see the lovely players. I don't know what it is about esports players. We see like a lot of engineers, a lot of computer science majors. It feels like that's like a core trend among Rainbow Six gamers.
Yeah, who would have thought the computer gaming kids really like their computers? Uh,
Crazy.
good little consolidation there. I like the business management and marketing as well from the younger members of the roster. These two freshmen are bringing the stonks to the Rio Grande roster. Over at CMU, on the other hand, we've got Swolverine Boosted, Sky Grinder 02, and Joe Gaming.
Joe Gaming. What a name at that. I love that. It reminds me of those old memes of just like engineer gaming. I don't know if you remember that, but
Oh yeah.
memes aside, we've got some maps in play, and I think some maps that a lot of us have seen before. Oregon, Chalet, Villa. Teams love going to these three maps.
Yeah, you were talking about kind of shuffling through these really popular play maps. And the only one that we're really missing is Clubhouse, which has actually been a little lacking in its representation in ACC so far this season. But Oregon never slacking off, especially since its rework some years ago. It's a big favorite. Everyone is comfortable there. So it really tests a lot of your bread and butter, a lot of that basic ability to coordinate as a team and make sure that you can clear a really well held site because those defaults are tried and true and they do hold to be. And with so much time being spent on that, so many teams seeing this play, it's really pretty worked out. So it's not got a big split towards attack or defense. It really grinds down to exactly how the teams match up against each other in competition.
Yeah, Chalet has really started to emerge as a more popular map in recent times. It's very viable as a defense to kind of go to any of these four sites. It's also a little attacker sided as well. So you've got a lot of redeeming qualities for that map. I believe we should be starting to get into these games. Is Oregon the first one, Chalet the second one, and Villa, I think, will be a closely contested third map if we choose to get there. As Oregon, it's Rio Grande's map, and Rio Grande. It's they're very particular about how they want their school to be called, but Oregon is going to be their map pick, and I think this is a toss up so far because it can be a map pick for some teams, but everybody knows how to play Oregon.
Yeah, it's a little uncommon that we see anything that's really a big surprising change on that map. So, like I said, a big bread and butter test between the two teams. Rio Grande having picked it pretty predictably. Central Methodist gets the side pick, and they go with the defense first. So that's who we'll first see setting up, maybe in that basement, maybe upstairs in the dormitories. But either way, we're going to run a Thatcher. He is still very strong, even with the introduction of the impact EMP grenades. They're something that kind of sub in for him, but there's no substitution for the real thing. And Central Methodist wants Rio Grande to have to use those substitutes.
Going on to the defensive picks, I wouldn't honestly expect any surprises here. I think Mira, Valkyrie are going to be the standard two bans. It's honestly not surprising that we see that Mira can be very strong on certain sites, especially bar gaming. If you can play her right on that basement site, she can just slot right in there nicely. And as the seconds start to tick down, it will be
Oh.
Mozzie. So that is a radical change. So that will let Valkyrie and Kaid through. And I feel like that has to be. You only go for operators like that when you're target banning. But
Yeah, and Mozzie has really fallen off from heavy play for some time now. I mean, he does have good guns, and that P10 Roni has made some crazy waves in its own times. It's got its own peaks of play, but we're seeing a bit of a focus on some other kind of sidelined characters in a lot of rosters. I mean, that Rook, we've been talking about him a bit because next season Escalade going to see him getting a huge boost. Funny enough, seeing as boosted is the one playing him right now, so that speaks to wanting to avoid some grenades from below. They have been nerfed relatively recently, so they're not as good as those like depth charges thrown down from below, but second floor is always vulnerable to them, so having some armor to stop the shrapnel does help.
yeah, and I'm a little bit of a fan of Rook. I've made it known definitely throughout broadcast that he's just we're having a little bit of,
Teleport
I don't
around.
know if it's server issues. Yeah, but Rook is so enjoyable with the MP5. He's still got that 2x on it. He's able to boost up his teammates' health, which can be helpful in scenarios, especially if a team wants to take a lot of gunfights that may not exactly end in death on either side, but if you just constantly pepper away at a team, the Rook armor will give you the benefit. And I believe, yes, because we are on the new patch, it will give withstand. I don't know confirmation for sure, but considering we had the new patch go live, I think Rook will have actually withstand on his armor.
Yes, that might be a big significant boon here for the defense. Right now, we're signing up for a master bedroom side take in the larger part, but two players going over there towards Big Tower, going to pressure from that side. I'm not sure what they have for hard breach available to them. That's kind of a couple split pushers, but maybe they're getting everything prepped that way they can rotate their ace over there as soon as they get master bedroom wall open. Yeah, Rotera there is gonna make some explosions there. I'm not sure exactly what it's getting rid of, but they have already cleared into bedroom, and there's no defenders here, so it's actually gonna be pretty free for the attackers to take this ground right now.
I believe there was a Maestro cam in the walk-in closet or a Banshee. That was the that's what the Rotero drone was clearing out. We haven't mentioned what gun he's bringing to the table. He has the Alda in hand, actually not the Alda in hand, but Sky off camera takes out Quixie. So you lose frag grenades, you lose Nook, but there's an immediate refrag onto Wolverine. There isn't confirmation yet, as I might have mentioned earlier, withstand. There it is.
Yeah, that is absolutely huge. Having another gun on the block, still with a player down on the attack, is really substantial. The ace still has not managed to get some hard breach over into Attic, so Grinder's still pretty safe over there with his long-range shotgun boost. Gets a kill, followed back-to-back with Sky taking out Ski Line. So it's just one attacker left as Swolverine takes another one as well. These MP5s have been singing true. Caboose, only player here, just trying to push his way and sees the head there for a second, but doesn't quite hit the mark. And that slug hitting hard right in the shoulders takes a couple before they find their mark.
No, and it is one of the only other 2x scope besides Rook's MP5. So Methodist bringing something different to the table right off the bat. New patch already has impacted this round because Wolverine was able to stay alive and actually pepper this attack enough to get a kill. So anything that Methodist, any progress that they try to get, immediately pushed back by the fact that they brought a Rook. So this could be an impactful operator in this match, potentially in this entire meta. We might have seen the emergence of French, the Rook himself.
Could be French time. Could be French time. Time will tell as we propel on through these. But this is going to be a tanky defensive lineup. I mean, no one below 2 armor, and with that boosted extra armor from Rook, they were going to be taking a lot of hits. They were having the forefront on all the fights that they've had so far. They're really picking up their gunfights well before Grande was really capable of finding the heads or anything. But if they're not finding heads, it's going to take a lot of rounds to take away these defenders. They're setting up, I think, pretty default across the board. Those guys getting prepped over there to play into bunker. Got a mute jammer to play with, as well as that shield, and an open wall into freezer to watch attackers who come down through there.
Speaking of the attackers, I want to know what the plan is. What is going to happen to actually counter, these maestro cams, these tanky as hell Methodist players. As right now, the goal isn't strategy; it's trying to catch any of these defenders who are trying to rotate back. And unfortunately, they just weren't able to catch anybody. But you can see they are prepped. They are ready to already try to get this shield burned out, try to push on forward as the smoke canister will deter them for the time being, but not very long. There's going to be a lot of damage on both sides. Grande and Methodist taking some damage. Is so nice now has actually moved past bunker and has an angle on pillar, but has been caught out by that maestro cam and takes a lot of damage for it. Just look at what this camera is able to do. It is going to give Methodist the information. It gives Wolverine the info to actually get the kill as well. And Methodist, they've reinforced the walls. So this has been a very efficient defense for them. It hasn't wasted a lot of time, but it's netted them a kill and a lot of utility.
There we go. That camera absolutely had to be gotten rid of. So Grande did their due diligence, burning out those using those flashes to burn out the ADSs and get the smoke off of that corner. But that's not everything that needs to be done here in bunker, especially if you're putting 5 players there. Ooh, another kill from Sky here, who hasn't quite given up all that ground. As Wolverine picks up a 3rd one to boot. Seawaz is now all alone out here, all but lost on the round. I mean, diffuser's down right through there. Taking an off angle is going to take a lot of time, but they do have it available right now, minute 19 on the clock. This is a all eggs in one basket kind of scenario, right, Rose?
Yeah, I see why it's kind of stuck outside. Everybody knows this position, but something big is Methodist will now have 2 flawless rounds in a row. And I think at this point, it is a flawless round, even if Seawaz picks up a kill, which they will. This round is still 100% favored towards Methodist. It might as well be a flawless round with how efficiently they've just been able to dominate the defensive side, able to shut down the attack. And a lot of it comes down to just Grande. They haven't been able to actually deal with what Methodist is bringing to the table, but Seawaz does take out 2. But I say that as if Withstand is not on the table. Skies will get back up immediately, drop back down by Seawaz, who they don't have the Rook armor. They don't have the tanky HP that Wolverine has that have actually been able to keep them alive so far. They're going to run through the Ash Breach, try to stay alive for the time being, but it's not going to last very long, as Wolverine has already made their presence known in this game.
Absolutely. Pick up 4 for the round, just shy of the ace. In fact, doing a great job holding up on pillar, but a lot of that was fed right to him. And those rogue plates making more and more impact. Well, Wolverine would not have still been up through that first gunfight if it were not for the additional HP actually benefited by that gadget. So once again, this one is not going to be a flawless back-to-back, but it basically looked at by the time the impactful plays of the round had ended.
And defuse as many bombs as they can.
So this is probably the best chance that Grande has at winning a map, because Kitchen Dining is probably the most attacker-sided map. It's an interesting choice of Methodist to actually go to this site rather than meeting Dining. But I think something about this site is it leaves a lot of open sight lines. That wall will get opened up in small tower very easily, as I would say with the thermite. But so far, So Nice is actually keeping on the ace. We'll have to see. Okay, they will swap over. But something about this site is it gives long sight lines. You've got the site towards Green Hallway. You've got Kitchen towards the small tower itself. And right now, Methodist is dominating these gunfights. So look at Grande, only 2 kills on the board, and that was Seawaz in the last round, just picking up some consolation kills.
Yeah, and actually the crazy thing is, as far as optics go, Grande actually doesn't have ones that are super advantageous for these long-range fights, and those 2 times still stuck on their grinder and boosted, both running the MP5 and the slug shotgun there. Wolverine picks up another one. That's 5 uninterrupted kills since his last death. He's not even died for the game. So 6 uninterrupted kills so far. That peak, they're going to take out Caboose and taking out a lot of that fragging potential and intel that is lost with Yana going down. That's an infinite number of drones, theoretically. I guess like 4 of them if you're maxing them out throughout the round. But a really useful player to have, and Booz is hiding upstairs as well, looking for an opportunity to pick up kills, and he's just 2 rooms away from these attackers, looking to try and get some vertical control over the kitchen. Yep, there's 1 down, and no one to get that refrag.
Rio Grande just don't have the information. Boosted will be caught out, but the attack has lost 2 players, and so far you're gonna have really nothing for the roam. You have some claymores in T1's pocket who hasn't been able to deploy them. You've got 4 drones, but those are really gonna have to use for offensive information to allow Rio Grande to actually push onto this site. So already for the 3rd round in a row, they are on the losing end of things. They get open this meeting hatch, but honestly, that's step 1 because this site is not meeting, it is kitchen dining.
Yeah, that'll get them a little bit closer to their goal, but I don't think that. I think that leaves both hard breaches used. That's 2 hatches opened, but that should be the rest of the hard breach that's available. No, I guess 1 is still remaining. So one of these was not reinforced. Actually opened up with soft destruction. I think the ash charge. Yeah. Moving down green hallway here. Grinder's going to be the first one to be pulling up. He's got a nice long angle down here. Going to try and just pre-fire that, or at least open up a little sight line after hearing some sounds of the other players, or maybe picking something up on cameras. There are a couple players, or a player dead for the defense to be keeping up the cam work, but the defense is pretty well aware of what's coming from Rio Grande next.
And with 30 seconds left, that meeting wall will be opened up as the frag grenade clears out just any utility left. As now Methodist, they have to back into the dining hall, and they have time on their clock. That's the 5th man in their scenario, you could say, as now there's going to be a lot of push onto the site, but there isn't any smoke canisters that can actually push Rio Grande out of this situation, and Nice will be able to put the diffuser down. This swings the round in such a massive way, as Quixie doesn't get the second, and Grinder's able to clean that one up. We're at a 2v2, as will the Rook armor come in handy, as Joe Gaming is now all alone in the 1v2. They have the MP5K, but they get down, they get taken out, and there goes CMU. It looked like they wouldn't pull it out after those first 2 deaths, but they come together in that last 30 seconds, stick that diffuser down, and come away with the W.
That's actually a huge monument to Quixie there, and a huge blunder from the defense. CMU, they had to do something to respond to that hard breach going off. You know that that's a plantable spot right behind the boxes, and you actually have some lines of sight that were really close, but everybody pulled off and allowed that to go down, and suddenly that's a really, really strong position for the attackers. They've lined up 1 player in green hallway and 2 on either side of the diffuser in meeting hall. That either takes a full wide flank all the way to the behind meeting hall, or just pushing up into this triple line of sight hallway, which is just not doable. You can't push into that. It's such a stalwart hold, and with no calls for a quick rotate, the defense was just totally caught out by that defuse going down.
Yeah, I think the lack of a smoke is probably what hurt that team. We usually see him being brought on most of the sites here, but it seems that Methodist, they're opting to keep the Rook in play. They were wanting to go for a lot more utility drain and information operators, as they're still keeping with a lot of their core lineup, but instead they are bringing a form of plant denial, not the smoke. However, it is going to be an echo, so a non-traditional operator being brought to the table. However, he still has, you plant denial, like I said, and he still has that deployable shield, which is very important when we go up to the 2nd floor.
Yeah, interestingly, we've also brought that kite, which you noted was not banned earlier on. Yeah, there we go. That's a moment. You can tell. Caboose there went, wait a second, there could be someone in the closet. We got to double check for that. A C4 also pinged out, so they know that that's a bit of a worry down below, but now the shield is free to move on up, clear up some ground, and sees that everything is electrified. This is a bit of a different push from the attack. Obviously, the addition of our shield from Osa, but also a little bit multi-angled compared to our last attack. 2 players out on big window, Osa moving up through master bedroom, and 2 more coming up to cover him. Oh, but a quick moment trying to shoot out that drone, and Sky picks up the head, takes out Quixie, who was the MVP for last round, gone off the board.
Is that a trade that is viable in the end? Methodist lose a lot of information, and they lose a form of plant denial, but there goes Quixie. There goes your top fragger, and like you said, MVP of the last round. When Rio Grande were really pushing things in this round, they were already setting up a pseudo form of an execution with about a minute into the round, and now if we reach the halfway point, they have stopped. We kind of hit the pause button on things. Things have quieted, and now Raya, they're gonna have to drone things out, maybe set up more talent shields. That's exactly what Kaboost is gonna do. They want one more. I think one more kill from Raya Grande could be the opener, but one death could be the nail in the coffin for the attack.
Yeah, none of these entry points are quite secure. Master being opened up, it does require, I think, a vault, even for a crouch play. They can't quite walk in through those, and they know that they have a player watching it. Grinder has been just staring at it with the little magnum, looking for any heads to pop up, and he's got a shield with that little window in it to watch through. Yeah, Rotate coming out here for the defense. Guy needs to get somewhere a little bit safer with such low HP. He's a prime candidate for that first pick for the offense.
Well, the execution phase is where Raya Grande really found success, but they don't really have a decent position that they can actually put this diffuser down. Grinder has such an angle onto the site itself that Nice just cannot do anything and eventually is taken out in that game's area. It leaves Kaboost all alone on the game's window, and all 4 members just aimed at his position, finding one, and with 2 players on about 20 to 10 HP, this is maybe achievable treasure, as long as Methodist doesn't take things too aggressive, as long as they are not, honestly, stupid. Right now, this should be their round, and I think that's exactly what's going to happen. The PDW will run out of ammunition, and so will Kaboost's chances. They have gone down to 0.
That's interesting. Grinder was actually playing a little bit of a different shield. It's not like a weird place. There's a lot of spots you could put a deployable shield there, but right in the doorway you don't see as commonly. And that was the perfect position for this very westbound focused attack. The window was basically made useless, and so was that hole in master bedroom wall, because there was a full flush shield facing that, and the player is just going to play patiently on it. He wasn't over peaking or anything. He wasn't playing to lose. He was playing to grind down that team very fittingly. And that's exactly what they needed, especially with window being a hard point to get into unless you have a really successful other line of attack. So we needed something on attic to deal with this defense, and it just never came from Raya Grande, and they lost their players one by one without a concerted execute. Just players going in one by one.
That was actually a story on this side as well. The kind of rush strategy a little bit when they saw the double door was open. When they droned out those ADSs in the shield, they broke those. They tried going in, but they were so split that Raya Grande, they just could not do anything about Wolverine on the pillar. The 4K. This is where we saw it in the last time. I don't think we're going to see something that similar, as there are some changes on the attacking side. 0 is probably going to be the biggest change, and that will shut down a lot of roam presence if Raya Grande actually uses those correctly. If Methodist, if they swerve their way around that, it really isn't going to make a big deal in the end. But we're going to have to see if Raya Grande, if a 4-2 split is going to be the best that they're going to get, or a 3-3 is still on the horizon.
I have to say, we haven't seen that much of a roam presence. Boosted is upstairs, so it might actually come in handy this time, but it's only been shown before on the dining objective earlier. But with a vertical approach like this, it means that Raya Grande is probably looking to open up, use those can openers. Ooh, the hard breach charges to open up the hatches down below. Boosted, though, is lying in wait, and with no drone ahead of Quixie, that's just a player going down. You gotta have your support players droning up your entries to give them information that they can directly act on, since intel is only going to be good for a couple seconds after it's actually gathered. So without that, they know that there's a player in here. Boost is just waiting for the opportunity. Yeah, someone going in to go for him. Boost doesn't quite make it, though, as Boosted has a better angle. I can just slink back into a further corner here and keep laying on the threat.
And honestly, Raya Grande is doing about the driest clear they can, throwing one player after another at this rook. No drones, no utility at all to kind of pressure him away. Just good old-fashioned bullets. And honestly, in this battle, they definitely lost. Didn't even take away a third of Rook's health. He is a tanky operator, but that still is something that the attack should have worked on better, because now they have one set of frag grenade, or one set of hard breach charges gone, and almost lost a set of frag grenades had Boosted actually hit their shots, and dangerously close right there to losing them. But Seawatts will win out that fight. The Maestro is going to be gone, and so is that slug shotgun.
That's going to be big too. That's part of the plant denial gone, and the plant has been the one way that Rio Grande has found around so far. A peek from Joe Gaming isn't going to be quite what he's looking for. He loses a lot of health because there's a lot of players staring down this freezer corridor, but this means that Rio Grande is pretty stacked up and boosted. Looking for another flank could be absolutely humongous for the defense. They do have drones on the flank though, and they do see him. Ping comes up, and two players move over to find him, and they are actually trapped now. Rio Grande doesn't have an option to leave and rotate. They just have to move forward through these smokes and get through the barbed wire, and there's gunfights beyond that point. So Methodist is just looking very comfortable sitting in sight and waiting for the attack to come to them.
It's kind of been a repetition so far between these two teams, that Rio Grande struggles to get rid of the defensive utility. CMU just waits until those last 30 to 15 seconds, and then they take out this Rio Grande team. It's been time after time after time again, and it's allowed them to net 3 or 4 rounds. I think around 3 have been decided by what I just said. Maybe one of them were, CMU just being the better team. But now going back down to kitchen dining, one crucial change. And I think this should be a 5-1, and that is that one tiny little box plant.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Yeah, I think there's no way that is going to be totally ignored by the defense. Grinder is actually switching to a different camera operator this time, having played only the heavier ones. Now on Valkyrie, it's actually a really notable character to have available. They've won 4 rounds so far without her benefit, but Valkyrie is so strong. It's such free utility, free intel that you can put wherever you want, and it's pretty hard to clear unless it's in a real default position. And even just the audio, if you hire really well, can do a lot to help a team out.
10 seconds to insertion.
I don't know if I like the lack of planting out. C4s are the only thing that Methodist has, but that requires actually pushing up into the site because it's what's called a heavy throw in the game. You're not going to be able to really heft it that far like you are with something. Yeah, like a smoke canister. Smoke has those beefy arms. He's able to chuck those canisters a long distance, and that's not here. There isn't an echo either. So I think the plan is just keep Rio Grande away from that wall. Keep them away from actually opening it up, putting down the diffuser, and there is success. As now, Quixie is not going to be on Yana anymore. They're going to be on Sledge. As right now, they've just kind of ran at the enemy these past couple rounds, and that has really been a failure. They've been the opening death, I believe, in 3 of these 6 rounds. So something needed to change for that, and an operator change might be the solution.
Yeah, and that's a real shame to be seeing on a player who can definitely make the frags happen when they just get into some raw gunfights, as we've already seen. Finally, pretty clean Rio Grande clear the top floor. They have slowed things down a lot, especially after last round where it was made clear that they needed to do so. And now we have to see what they're going to do with it once they've gotten it. Boosted is getting out of here. He knows that they know that he's hidden up there before, so it's not a good place to be. Explosives already coming out as well, but the Rio Grande attack is actually really well suited for upwards pressure, and that's where the C4s are going to come into play first before we even get down to a plant.
Quixie trying to see if they can catch anybody on that first floor, but as we can see, Methodist is just kind of separating themselves from this vertical play, playing under construction, playing under indestructible surfaces, as no damage going to be done to anybody, and Boosted is going to be dropped. The rate of fire on that L85 was enough to drop the Rook, and now it gives the advantage to Rio Grande. It's the first time that this has happened this entire match, that Methodist has actually been the first death, and engagement might be around the corner, but off screen there's one between Skill and Sky. So Methodist, it seems that Kitchen just might not be their sight. It's gonna have to take a couple of bullets from anybody, but nobody is there. Rio pick up a flawless round on the last round of their attack.
I love that. That was actually a perfect address of all of the problems that they've had that lost them some stupid rounds earlier. They're not stacking up on each other. They're watching different unique angles that actually contribute and add to each other. And they're not rushing in all on the same angle. They're moving at the same time, and they're moving on different angles and keeping really well and communicative. That is exactly what we want to see, and that just calls out all of the bad habits that Central Methodist has been allowing to let fly because they don't feel challenged on their defense.
Oh, a side swap. What I think Rio Grande, I think they definitely have something that can be brought to the table that can actually net them a victory. I need to see what it is, though, on the defensive side, because there are some transferable skills, I think, between the two sides, excuse me.
Yep.
I don't truly know what they are, what Rio Grande's strengths and weaknesses are, because we haven't truly seen them at their best so far, Trevor.
Well, at the very least, the ability to adapt as they move along here. Yep, that's found. So we're moving that Valkyrie camera. They're bringing out the Valkyrie themselves from the beginning here. I think that's a great move. She adds a lot, especially here in basement and second floor, where you can just watch the enemies approach, and some spots you can put it like in bunker, which gives you some great eyes and can be hard to spot with all of the props that are down there. But this IQ being up here means that Central Methodist has noticed the Valkyrie. They know that she's on the board, and they're happy to bring out a nice AUG in order to just get some firepower in Wolverine's hands. So that's going to be a comfortable one to the player, who's sitting right now at 8-2 with a 4.0 KD so far in the match.
Well, sitting pretty on the IQ, and I think IQ's job is really just going to be to root out the Vigil, who he's got, and the Valkyrie. IQ is so efficient with Mute now gone, and that northern side is a graveyard for Rio Grande. Caboose and Seawad's left. I am honestly a little confused just how quickly the defense fell in shambles. Now with Boosted pushing through Freezer, there's another part of the map that the defense just could not hold on to. And Seawads isn't actually on the site. Seawads is on that first floor. And I think now is the time to potentially return to the site, my friend. You are the only one left alive. And they're going to go back to Freezer. A little too late to get anybody on Methodist rotating through there, as now they have been caught out. And I think their death could potentially be right around the corner, as the diffuser will get put down. Joe will be dropped on the floor, and so will Boosted. So Seawads haven't taken a lick of damage, and just a little bit of damage needs to be done to both Wolverine and Grinder, but it's just this Methodist squad. They have the upper advantage on Rio Grande, and they win the round.
That's a storm of an attack. Over peaks over by Pillar from the defense. Rio Grande allowed two of theirs to fall, while that Nook splits down through basement into Freezer really quickly. Boosted picks up one for himself, and then a second once this basically over with. The 2v5 is nigh unwinnable, especially since Seawads is off in another world at that point of just about, like, effectively, he's not going to get back to site in any way that matters unless his teammate were to pull off a miracle and just slow them down with smokes and grab a couple headshots with SMG-11. But that's not going to happen, and Central Methodist is continuing to cruise along even after losing that flawless round just a moment ago.
I think now we're starting to see a little bit of a gap between the two teams, that Methodist, they still have good control over the map, despite the changing of the guard, the changing of the sides, despite having to do a little bit of a mentality change, because there is a fundamental difference, believe it or not, between the defense and the attack, and especially how the game is actually paced itself. Usually the attackers kind of have to push at the defenders. They can make the pace, but it's kind of a ebb and flow between the two, and a lot of times it's the attack that really dictates how the round can be played.
Yep, absolutely. So Methodist are speeding that last round up, putting it at the pace that they knew would put Rio Grande offset. They weren't ready for it, and they get to win off of it, but I don't think the precedent has been set now, so I don't know if Rio Grande would fall for the same thing, and thus I expect Central Methodist to slow down their play and make sure that they're really sufficiently droning everything out. Already Boosted knows that he's got a player he's staring at down the hallway, but looks like Quixie has made his exit. Yep, he's no longer there, but Seawatt's still out here looking to make more and more solo plays, just like we've been seeing from him across this map so far. And Boosted shut down before he can sneak and kill someone from behind.
Unfortunately, just the lack of a droning is going to hurt Boosted, and the lack of really any ADSs in nice position, any magnets are definitely going to hurt them. Akiba Barrier just going to be too late to provide an angle for Caboose to actually shoot at this team, as now that wall is going to be open. Caboose tries to peek and gets heavily punished for it. Rio Grande, there is only one member on site, one defender, and it is Ski. Both Quixie and Seawoods are actually off the site, and now they have to return because, like I said, the one defender is gone. Sky will be able to put this diffuser down because Quixie just cannot peek through the smoke. There's going to be no bullets actually hitting any bodies through that smoke. So now there's about 35 seconds for Rio Grande to really work their magic here. A 2v4. A lot of full health members, but Seawad starts it off with a bang. Wolverine cannot hit the shots, and now we're all equal up, but Seawads gives the advantage to Rio Grande, leaves Grinder in the 1v2. The Blackbeard might be advantageous. Does it give them the win? It does not! It breaks at the last second, and Seawads is able to defuse that diffuser, and now we're going to see Rio Grande make it 3-5.
Defenders win.
Wow. That one really just coming from the brink of nowhere. Some great shooting from Seawads, but it's got to be the hero plays that get them out of such a deep hole that they were put into after losing all of their presence on site. It's the roamers that need to be coming back a little bit earlier for Rio Grande. That's really plaguing their defense. You're putting your fraggers out on those feelers, those tentacles for the defense, looking to see where the attack's going to be coming from. But as soon as it's not where you are right now, you need to be getting back to the site. That way you can bring that gun skill to the team before they're all gone. It doesn't have to be a 1v4 clutch. That way it can just be a 5v5 win out.
So now, interesting to know, I believe both times that CMU have been the opening death, they have lost the round. In the last round, Boosted was the first casualty. In the 6th round, Boosted was the 6th round, Boosted was the first casualty, and those have been rounds that Rio Grande is able to win. Round 3,
Seconds to go.
we ignore round 3 because that doesn't fit my narrative structure.
5 seconds.
Yeah, it doesn't. I love that, actually. That's just perfect. And I'll go along with it fully. We're back on basement, though. This is where they lost really heavily. Boosted came down with the roam through basement, or the flank through basement. He's not doing the same thing at all. Very different roster coming up from Central Methodist. So they're not looking to blitz their way into sight, take those 3 kills in the first 30 seconds, and then just win out. They're going to take a more slow and measured approach. They've got a lot of throwables between Capitao, technically not throwables, but is close enough, and the Yang Candela, so this means they are probably looking to continue this pressure that they already have through bunker and just clear some of these strong sight lines by pillar and the choke points that lead into the long hallway and into objective itself. And they're posturing for that with a flank from Boosted up top. Still flank, but with different utility.
We're not seeing an explosive start by CMU, but that doesn't mean that they're dormant for now. It doesn't mean that they're quiet. It just means that right now they're just being a little patient. A lot of Sky's Roteros are either being jammed or shot. So already a good takedown of utility by Rio Grande without really having to do much. The Mew Jammer should get taken out by Wolverine's bullets, and now that will allow Capitao or Thermite, depending on whoever they choose, to actually open it up, give an angle, as it will be Thermite. Capitao does have those secondary hard breach, and Capitao's going to have to make some work. They get one, but can't get the second. Seawans doesn't take a lick of damage as the roamer is still around the map hunting and waiting. So we're at an equal 4-4, but there is Ski Line not using the Maestro slug shotgun, but this time using the TCSG with Caboose following in suit. As CMU, they're not quiet right now. They're going to start firing back, but just the 2v3, Rio Grande, they're going to start swarming back.
Yeah, C1's here in the freezer, holding another line of sight towards Pillar. Really great place to be, especially since they already know that's where Joe's coming from after that last kill that he just netted. And C1's picking up a really big one, taking out Boosted and that flank potential by kind of doubling up on roamers here. Oh no, Grinder pushing up way too soon, right into Caboose. He's going to happily take him out, and Joe's left all alone, firing into the freezer. It's not going to work out though, because C1's is there and on a roll.
Yeah, Seawads has really started to pick it up in these couple rounds. I mean, I might actually have the most kills in the game so far between these two, potentially even beating out Wolverine, who has been a little bit softened since we've swapped sides. They just haven't been as prevalent in the kill feed. As right now, Meeting Hall Kitchen CMU was unable to get a victory on this site, and they're hoping that Rio Grande is going to be the same. It actually isn't dining kitchen, it's meeting kitchen, which is similar, but is still a fundamentally different side, I believe, in how it is attacked, simply because that meeting double wall is so strong and it's such a power position that once it's opened up, a lot of the defense has to push back. So the attic is a generally, it's a position that generally needs to be held, but I don't think it's a horrible decision if they don't hold it with the strength of a fortress.
Yeah, well, I think with that hatch being open directly above A site that we've been getting some good views of, it's going to be important to hold up here. And Quixie already putting up a rotate here, 2 players upstairs on 2nd floor. They're going to be watching this area and watching for a blitz that the attackers could use to just drop directly in. Once again, they're bringing Grinder on the Blackbeard. They find an excuse now that he's got the impact EMPs. He's using those to help Sky open up some more walls as well. But right now, he is going down a slightly different angle from the rest of his team. Open up Big Tower. And little does he know, Quixie's just right through that wall, just a few feet away.
See what's holding an armory still. The assistance of droning might help, but I think Jaeger's head might have been spotted for a brief second, as now firebolts will actually be spread out, but just aren't big enough to actually put Seawads out of armory, and now Boosted is going to be punished for not recognizing that Quixie is in the attic side. Seawads is not alone as Rio Grande. They have learned from their mistakes just a little bit, especially on the roam game there, going along with the buddy system, which is a key factor in having an efficient roam.
Yeah, it allows you to get a refrag, but it is a big investment of resources. Bullets coming out there will give the perfect location of Swolve Rays, taken off the board by Quixie, who sees those gunshots going towards Seawads, who's able to stay safe on another angle. Kill, though, will find Quixie. It's that refrag from Joe on the window, so things are still nice and spicy upstairs. He's pushed his way into attic, and he's waiting to see, since they do know there's 2 players up here, find another one.
In an unfortunate position, Fuse doesn't really have much to do in this situation, as pushing any forward, there's just another line of sight that Rio Grande can use, but Grinder on the actual site themselves, they are going to take out a player inside of that. So Kishin is a little bit free for the taking. Green Hall is going to be pushed up, and Skill Line just makes that TCSG-12 sink, making it work a lot. As now, well,
rest in peace,
you gotta
Joe Gaming.
respect it a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like he's ready to move on to the next round. He's not in the building at all. He's not got any teammates, and there's still 3 left inside. It's going to take 45 seconds to even get into a place where he could start a gunfight. And there's still more intel for the defenders that he's going to have available. So we move our way on up, and Rio Grande has done exactly what they needed to do on this half, and they have evened up the score count. It's 5-5 now as we're getting closer to the end of the second half.
So a very radical change from this first half. 3 rounds in a row that Rio Grande have been able to put together. And I think it's due to the fact that they're playing a lot more centralized with each other, and they're just simply winning their ones. Methodist, they're struggling a little bit when it comes to their gun skill.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see, because I felt like they were just the better shooters in the first couple rounds, especially off the back of that flawless to open up the entire match. But squaring up against each other for a longer time, Rio Grande is starting to feel more and more comfortable. They're on a better objective now, too. They were able to have a really nice win just now on meeting their tertiary objective. And now back up to 2nd floor, one that they're a lot more comfortable on. The first one that they've won on defense as well. This is the best what they could be in.
Absolutely. I think now you get the cycle, you get places where you really felt confident going here before, and you put the fear of Seawads and the fear of Quixie in the attacking side. As Seawads actually isn't in armory, they're over by that freezer stairs area. So you can just see the hesitancy from the attacking side. There's nobody there, but they don't know that for sure, and they are just there's a lot of apprehensive movement coming out from them.
Yeah, some time is going to have to be spent sending a drone in through there. They're already pinging it, so we know that Boosted is waiting for his teammates to drone up there. But C1's is deadly somewhere else. He's probably not going to find any value for a little while. He's going to have to rotate back later since no pressure's come from Freezer Stairs. The attack is also pushed up to try and watch the big window. Skyline held up here with his teammate in B site. So a little bit stacked up for the defense other than the roamers, which might be a bit of a problem once this execute comes down because the attack has done a really good job of spreading their sight lines and getting ready for this execute.
Grinder, Blackbeard, that has been a stable part of this attacking roster. So Grinder actually has a lack of utility, really. He's like the vigil of the attacking side, but probably worse. So we'll have to see if Blackbeard actually gets anything done, because in the 1v1 didn't help. Grinder has been able to push forward, but I just think that's because the defense just aren't expecting them. As Sky's now going to open an avenue towards this attic side, give a different source of attack for CMU, as they have a lot of time on the clock to drone out, to hopefully get an entry, but I think it's very easy to just waste the time.
Right, Boosted has expended most of his capital. Ooh, utility, and it's going to do a great job. That's actually zoned off anyone that could pull up and stop himself and Swolverine from pushing in. But Quixie with the quick scope, there's going to find his kill, find another down as well. That's going to clean up the attack on that side, and suddenly it's going to be reliant on the attic players. But no, Grinder can't just outshoot Caboose with his SMG-11, and we have down to one player left. Joe does have the Adrenal Surge to bring Sky back up, but it's just going to be up and down for him like a roller coaster as Joe is left all alone. He sees an angle that gunfire is coming from, but even with his overstim, he's got a big task to deal with right now.
Damage done too nice through the wall, as Joe just isn't quick on the reflexes. So now Rio Grande storming back, gets a 4-round streak, and they are on map point on their own map pick. I think this was a little surprising considering where we were at round 7, 5-2, but like I'm saying, that 4-round streak, they have really strung it together, and it has honestly, it hasn't been close in most of these rounds. They have felt like they've been in control the entire time.
Yeah, it has been a sweeping half, especially that round 1. I had that complaint. I was like, you need your fragging players to be getting back to site sooner. We need faster rotates to be addressing our fights that we need, especially C-Wads, who was up there on top of the scoreboard, very number 1. 13-5, absolutely running away with so many rounds. And once we get him in the rotation a little bit better, he's a monster, bringing us up to the first match point of this match. And they get another round on defense too, with 4-2 halves going both ways. Well, 4-1 half on this one. This is an easy place for Rio Grande to just pop one round in and get themselves out.
So now, as the timeout comes to a close, we hope that, or at least CMU hopes, that they can gain something from it, as basement site will be the last site that we go to before the overtime clock has started to tick, as it wasn't the best round for CMU. They were very slow, and Rio Grande, once the walls started to get open, once the execution actually started to follow through, the defense was absolutely ready. They just ripped apart the attacking squad, and that can't happen because this is map point. Rio Grande would win their own map, and we would be heading to Chalet. The same thing will happen, but the same strategy isn't going to be exactly in play as we've seen it on CMU's side. As Rio Grande, they go for a little bit of a different play. They like to reinforce that double wall.
You know, statistically speaking, this is the best place to attack for Central Methodist right now. This is the only objective that they've won on so far. And I'm actually really curious to see, we see Skyline there reinforcing to right there on E-Box. The left to him, though, was not reinforced last time. That allowed Central Methodist to actually really quickly shoot out the mute gadget that was right through that wall and allowed them to move up a lot faster, get the hard breach off. And they actually had one hard breach or hard reinforcement still left in the pockets through the action phase. I didn't get a chance to mention it, but I was like, that would have saved them even a little bit more time, or at least made it really exposed for the attacker to move up and try and shoot it out.
Just waiting so far between these two teams. Quixie up on the top floor isn't too much of a surprise. Neither is Seawads, and that frag grenade will actually miss from Boost. It's going to sail over the bunks, cooked long enough. There goes Quixie. It is just a duel between these two players. It's either Boosted killing Quixie for the opening kill, or it's Quixie killing Boosted. But now that clears some part of that second floor. That will allow C1s to actually have to back off or exert more pressure, as the Impact DMP just unsuccessful for the time being. And now they have to rely on something else, which they really don't have because there isn't any avenue to throw a frag grenade through.
Ooh, a 12 gauge slug to the chest is not going to quite take us Wolverine here, but he's really got to respect this angle. Sending in another player to go for it, and Joe is going to find the headshot before Skyline is able to find a couple in the chest of another player. Once again, soft wall. Still muted, though. They're going to have to take another stab at this one. And Grande still has not managed to get any hard breach off. The exothermics are just not finding their mark after posturing for two of them. And it's going to get them killed as well. They're even up on 3-3 right now. And SMG-11 just singing right through that little soft wall. That is still a huge benefit to the defense. Now as still fighting up top. Sky still has a nade available. Two of them actually took two to get the last kill, and this one's not going to quite trade out with his own downing. So Seawaz is going to waddle his way on over and finish off another kill this round.
The pressure is now mounting on Wolverine and Joe, who have to complete a 2v3. Caboose pushes up, is unsuccessful in dealing a lethal amount of damage to Joe, but definitely does enough. That one more magazine will put them into the grave. So a 1v3 now, all in Wolverine. They are going to use a EE1D scan. It's actually going to fulfill inside of the boots of their fallen comrade, and they're going to join them in the grave. Map 1 is over. Rio Grande comes storming back after a lackluster attack. They come away with a victory in the end after a massive round streak. So, honestly, an exciting first map, Trev.
Yeah, that's crazy. 5 rounds in a row to take it by storm from behind. Rio Grande show us that they're absolutely capable of taking this series. This is their map choice, though, and Oregon is a pretty well-rehearsed map for just about every team, like we were saying before. So Chalet is where things are going to get a little bit more interesting. Again, a player favorite map. Everyone loves heading to Chalet, and I love casting it, so we'll be pretty quick to get back after just a couple minutes of break here, and then we'll continue this matchup.
All right, welcome back. We just had a little bit of a break between map 1 and map 2, where we just saw CMU. They lost Oregon against Rio Grande, who came storming back. So far, we've had an exciting match so far, and that's going to continue going on to map 2, which is Chalet. I'm Light Rose, and joining me is Treasure.
Howdy, yeah, 5 rounds in a row for Rio Grande. It looked dire for them after the first half, with Central Methodist really taking the power plays on their defensive half. But I guess it's just a defensive sided map for these two teams, especially. Maybe that Thatcher ban is something really that ended up swinging things for the comfortability of the two of them. But Rio Grande showing us that defense. They actually get to start on defense once again when we go to Chalet. So we'll see how that works out for them. They got to choose their half, so this is their choice to be on defense again, and clearly that's where they feel more comfortable. So they're going to be hoping to get a foot up or maybe even a full leg up like they did on their last defense here and try and make this stuff count for Chalet. But this is a more attacker-sided map for sure.
Yeah, and Methodist is starting on the attack. So they struggled a little bit when it came to destroying utility, but so did Rio Grande. Kind of seems to be a common theme between them. Rio Grande takes out Capital for one reason and one reason only, and that is to make sure that Boosted cannot lean on the Brazilian man. I don't know what it is about Boosted. They were involved in 7 or 8
flanker extraordinaire.
Deaths. That's impressive. Like, even if they were the opening death, to be involved that many times.
Yeah, sometimes there's a lack of droning that was given a problem towards either team on the opening picks, and sometimes it was just storming in and letting the gun skill flare out. And Boosted definitely has confidence, if nothing else, confidence to spare. Aruni we saw also getting used, so Rio Grande pretty much like target banning over here, although I don't know if she got used that heavily, but upstairs she's a little bit more useful, so this might be pretty relevant.
Yeah, that feels more like a map-centric ban rather than a player-centric ban, because like you mentioned, she can be mighty useful up on that top floor. So far, we're going to be going to Bar Gaming. We're going to see the usual operators being brought. And I think, is there a site better for Frost than Bar Gaming? I think it's hard to compete because she just has everything you need on this side. With the amount of windows there are, you just place down those frostmen. She has the deployable shield that you're able to use up on mezzanine. So Quixie is the man of the hour right now.
Yeah, and those are great in objective too, because when you come down to the last couple seconds in a round, sometimes you just have to vault over a couch or run around a chair real quickly. And if there's just an innocuous little frost map place there, even the best players don't have time to look around for it. You can't break line of sight with where you know that last opponent is on the defense, so they can be absolutely deadly and finish off a round where otherwise you'd have to risk your head. So the shield also goes upstairs where Quixie is right now with the reinforced wall and a peak hole aided by a Kiba barrier. That's going to make it pretty easy to hold this angle from mezzanine and make sure that players aren't getting into library really early. But that's exactly what Central Methodist wants. 3 players already starting, 2 of them rappelling on up and getting ready to shoot through these windows.
Yeah, library is such a core part of this area. I don't think there was a frost mat on that. I hope
there
not,
was.
Because yeah, okay, well then Caboose just
no, I win.
I mean, I'm kind of confused to what the point the impact was. I don't. Maybe they just were trying to actually get it out the window and miss. But who knows? As Caboose's Kiba barriers, they're still going to be a central part of the defense.
Yeah, just down a frag or an impact grenade, and I don't think it's very likely that that particular frost mount is going to find its value, especially since the players have peeled off of it. Now, Quixie has moved quite some distance all the way over here to office side. Has found a player on bathroom window, looking to peek this one from a dangerous angle, and someone is already watching it, so Boosted gets a free kill right here on Quixie, who is a little bit too bold for his own good, and has almost baited Seawads as well. And now that bathroom is actually a dangerous avenue for the attack. And Caboose has to settle his way on over here to make sure he's behind the bulletproof wall. That there is Highway, one of the most impactful spots on this objective.
CMU, they've been in this situation before and actually let it slip through their fingers. They've gotten 2 kills early on, but then have immediately followed it with 2 deaths on their own. Sky takes some damage, gets dangerously close to actually getting shot down, but survives so far. As right now, there isn't anybody else up on the second floor. The closest player is going to be Caboose, who now has to take a firefight without the help of their deployable shield, but they have this little thing called a Kiba barrier that's going to help them. They peek away from the library just in time for Sky to actually enter their vision, and eventually they fall back down to the site. Hopefully it will be enough time for Wild Brent to fire back a little bit, but as Wolverine takes out Nice, it's going to be a lot harder to do now.
Okay, this TCGSG-12 is lined up behind here, but with both walls reinforced, he doesn't have as many lines of sight to be watching. Caboose gone, 3 kills by Boosted. Skyline is left all alone inside, looking a little bit lost as attackers come in from all angles. There's 5 of them to be coming at him, and he just cannot line it up on one of them. It's a flawless round to start things off for Central Methodist. They're looking to put things back on the pace they were when we started.
Just like last map. They opened it up with a flawless. The second round was almost a near flawless, and yet they eventually lost the map. So, hoping that history does not repeat itself with this team, they're going to have to now attack Master, Bedroom, and Office, bringing a core lineup that the defense is hoping to just bust straight down. No smoke, no mute, just plain old Azami Jaeger, I think, might be the typical operators that you might see on the site, but Mozzie, Vigil, and Maestro are so different than we usually see.
Yeah, that smoke is usually your plant denial with the placement of the first bubble. Maestro is definitely being brought for some plant denial. He sees through attacking smoke grenades, which have a possibility of being relevant with what we saw on the last map. We saw quite a few smoke grenades going down. He's
10 seconds remaining.
is he just laying into a wall, making a big hole? Oh yeah, okay. Using the Aldo to make footholes here. Okay, yeah, it's because he's gone with the Keratos as opposed to the Bailiff as his secondary.
Objective is to defuse a bomb.
See, he did not bring the slug shotgun like we saw in the previous map. He did not bring the ACS-12, and I think that is a crime in itself. The amount of slug shotguns we need. Nice broke the
slug
pattern.
shotguns.
It is unforgivable to break the pattern.
It should be like deer season now here.
Deer season.
We're on this beautiful chalet. Like everyone should be packed up with their hunting weapons.
I feel like slug shotguns would blow a hole in a deer. I don't know much about hunting guns, but I feel like
I know nothing.
I feel like the impact would be way too large to bring in hunting.
I imagine it's satisfying though. A lot of high caliber guns here. The Deagle comes out as well to make a similar little peek hole as well. And it's really hard for Wolverine to figure out what he's actually going to be peeking at. There's like 4 angles presented. Just one player in Caboose peeks out of the one of them that is at most relevant. Only he knows, and he's like a jack in the box, picking up his kill on Wolverine. He's going to be shut down before he can start getting going like he was last map.
And, well, there is going to be an immediate trade, so if Maestro is being brought for plant denial, then hopefully Ryo Grande have another option. The only one left is going to be in the pocket of Ski, but I'm not expecting that to last much longer. Quixie and Boosted trade, as always, as they always find a way to just hunt each other, as Boosted now is 2-0 so far in this map. And even if Quixie had won that gunfight, Grinder was immediately behind them in the stairs. So that map control is immediately taken by CMU. This has been a very efficient attack so far. Every time we've had to trade out, but Grinder just did not have their gun up, and Blackbeard's sole purpose, blocking headshots, is just absolutely useless in that scenario.
Yeah, Caboose is playing like he sees the future right now, knows exactly what he's looking for before it comes. He's going to drop down before there's much threat on him and keep his eyes up on mezzanine window. He knows there's a player out here. There's been a little bit of pressure earlier on, and it's a great spot to be. No Claymore's plays. Actually, runouts could be possible from either this door later on or the window just right next to it that's being watched from below. Things have slowed down here now that we get to 45 seconds remaining. That's pretty tight for how these rounds have been going, and 3 players on either side.
Well, he's actually gonna get spotted by Sky, who was on that balcony, but Raya, they're still trying to spread everybody out. Seawads is by that sunroom. As Skill Line is hoping to get 2. There isn't gonna be a mini refrag, as right now it just leaves Ace in the 1v2 with a slim chance of actually completing it. They still have to
15
bust down
seconds
this
remaining.
door. They have to kill Kaboost and Seawants, who now know Ace's position due to that barricade being shot out. So there is an actual trade between the two. So I guess you leave only Seawants. So it'll look good in stats, Treasure.
It looks good in stats, but that one was pretty told when we saw the 2 kills on the execution. The defenders were ready and they just outshot. The real credit, though, goes to Caboose, who stopped any chance of a split push up through Piano Room. That couldn't even get started with Caboose locking down the entire lobby on his own. Unfortunately, our hard support and hard breacher Sky was just trapped up by. Oh no! I was trapped up by Mezzanine all around. Wasn't able to get much done for the team until that final kill. So his impact on the round was unfortunately pretty muted.
Pun intended, I'm assuming.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
The impact is making quite the impact in this round. Before even we've actually started, as right now Caboose and Nice did take a good amount of damage. As Nice now will be about 2 to 3 bullets away from dying, depending on who they take an engagement with. And we're seeing for the first time tonight, Treasure, Dekebi, who recently had a change where her call will now block any defenders from looking at cameras for the entirety that it goes on. I'm not exactly sure how long it rings for, but defenders don't have phones. They don't have hands that they can actually tap with. So it's going to be a useful skill if timed correctly. And I think that's the kicker, is if it's not used well, then that recent buff won't actually have any impact.
Yeah, the earlier the round, the less it's going to do, but if you place that well with your execute with the rest of your team, that can be a lethal benefit to the attack. Boosted the first one, picking up the kill once again, one of our well-reputed entry fraggers. That's on ISO Nice, who was already so down on HP and right now down on deaths. But Caboose is here waiting up on this other avenue of the realm, waiting for anyone to pressure Library once again, where he's found quite a bit of success already.
Yeah, so they are seen as they did not eliminate the drone, and eventually they have to give up. They don't. Okay, well, I think, all right, let's cut away. We don't need to give Caboose any more ego blows, as they have to actually fight too, but there's the boost they needed. They take out Sky, and another one right off screen as Mozzie completes one. Methodist, once again, despite having an advantage, they end up losing a little bit. They're down one player, now down another as Quixie fires back. I don't know, what is it about these two players?
How does Caboose find so much value here? Blinded, running between sites, peeking 2 different people, or 3 different people, like twice each. He makes a kill and he gets a refrag off of himself, not even dying too. That's absolutely insane.
Nah, Wolverine and Joe do have a decent chance at this. As Caboose, the Psychic, he's been able to really find a lot of kills in a lot of influential places. He's actually up by the Library. I believe there's only 1 player in the site, and that might be Ski, who's just, or excuse me, Skyline, I guess if you say that, it definitely looks like Ski, but Skyline is hiding just behind that bar. The Mozzie Pass isn't actually going to stop the information from going through, as Nobad's going to fire through stock, takes out Skyline, and a great play going off of some crucial information for Methodist. They make it a 2v2, and I think with that 1 kill, they could turn this around.
Yeah, that there's a Joe Gaming moment that a not reinforced wall is a real big problem. That's the easiest place to kill a defender here from, and that's the best power angle on this objective, hands down. Wolverine now has it. It's a spot that the attackers don't usually end up, and site is entirely clear. The defenders are playing off-site. They know they've got the diffuser, but if that gets picked up at all, it's going to be very easy for Central Methodist to put it down. Here comes the first gunfight of this stalemate. Wolverine finds a kill on Caboose, and as Seawants, he has to stay alive. He's choosing a corner in order to just try and bite out his time, hoping that the briefcase won't make its way back in time, and it will not. He just needs to hide to win.
Seawants is just king at staying alive in this game. They weren't killed last round, they weren't killed this round, and now
He's elusive.
I know he is elusive. He gives Rio Grande another round simply because Sammy did not have the time to go grab the diffuser, and Seawads did play it correctly, did not try to take an engagement, and just tried to wait it out using that second man in that scenario of the timer. They get a lead, head over down to the basement as they do want, seem to like, they want to avoid that kitchen area, and we'll have to see why going into this one, as they still bring the Kaid as influential as ever. That TCSG, yeah, I don't know what it is about tonight, but Skyline has just been clicking heads with that thing.
Yeah, it's great, and just no one else has found the same kind of a success as he had with the other slug shotguns, and we've seen plenty of them. I mean, we've mentioned it every time because it's just a little exciting to see. But big focus here. We got the Kaid here to defend the wall. That's going to be a big electrification in addition to the mute chambers. One of them staying in the pocket probably for a trick later on once the mute chambers have been totally eradicated. But the attack, they've got Grinder. He's been locking in the Blackbeard and locking in the EMPs as well, so that'll be the replacement for Thatcher on this. It'll probably be relevant very soon, in addition to Sky. Yeah, but spawning over there. We'll see what they do after they get Snowmobile Garage open, because that's, I think, what really tells how an attack is going to go against Spaceman. It's not opening up the garage unless you fail to do it or it takes forever. It's about what you do with your second push.
I just don't think it's still smart bringing the Blackbeard. And we've seen is how little impact he's actually had. The Rotero almost gets through, but just at the last moment, it gets shot out. And I don't know if the mute jammer is going to be back online. It will. And so now, Methodist, they've thrown a frag grenade in there. Smoke grenade will be used to try to drain out the ADS, but it didn't. And now you can see they are running away from the snowmobile garage door because they can't open it. They were unsuccessful in their play. And now they lose boosted. They lose their Rotero simply because that C4 was thrown out from the stairs, I believe. I think Caboose might have done that. But yeah, no, that was a great play from them. Yeah.
Yeah, he threw it and immediately ran off, which is good because Swolverine ran up to meet him. Doesn't get a kill off of it, though he's just a little bit late. And the defense, Rio Grande winning the utility game as hard as you can so far on this map. That's a minute and a half wasted for the attack. It's a full flank that they don't have to watch for the entire round from here on, so they can just look at these more important choke points, like right here on French, and with Quixie getting the second kill as well. There's just not much that's going to be done for gunfights for the attackers to get through this. I think this is a faded round already.
I think they're looking destiny in the face, and it is not being kind to them. Joe Gaming is going to be dropped. Quixie is looking like they're hungry for more. Sky is going to fall to Seawads, just replacing one another right there. It's potentially a flawless round. Rio Grande, I think the one problem, they just cannot get rid of the utility. They cannot get kills anywhere to make up for that lack of utility clear on the attacking side. So I mean, it's very easy to see why they are struggling in these rounds, and the defense doesn't really have to do too much. Caboose's mute jammer just has to exist. Skyline just, or excuse me, I don't know why it's throwing me off. Skyline just has to throw those Kaid claws and defend them with a modest amount of defense, and Methodist just cannot do anything about it. And Wolverine sneaking onto site, probably not as quiet as they thought.
That had to be one of the most unnerving moments for Swolverine, trying to get through sight. Gets his one kill, denies the flawless, but us with our omniscience, we get to see all those blue outlines just squatting up every angle around the briefcase. And Swolverine looking through sight, snowmobile, empty. Connector, empty. Main stairs, empty. Blue, empty. Like, everyone is off site. Like, just only one player in any part of objective at all. Everyone hanging out by the other back stairs. And there's not much you can do about that. Like, you have no idea where people are going to be. It's not going to be any default holds because basically they're defending the staircase instead of defending garage.
I mean, absolutely. So, Master Bedroom, a lot of changes on Methodist. Bringing a Jackal, bringing Osa, bringing a Gridlock, no hard bridge. I think it's important to mention that. So I think that takes out a regular office take because you're not going to be able to get the wall open unless Gridlock, I think, has the impact EMPs. I don't think she has those hard breach charges. So
5 seconds left.
Solarium or from Library is going to be my best guess. And even still, a take from Library usually ends up in that wall being open. So really, Methodists are kind of pigeonholing themselves.
Yeah, that's a little worrisome to see. Boost is the only one not spawning over on the eastern side of the map, but is moving directly over towards Solarium. And that's where I'd hope for this to be. Library's going to be a lot harder to take that way. And they've been having a hard time getting into that room in the first place at all, especially with Kaboost playing there so often.
Well, boosting now, giving them an avenue of attack, as that really does shut off a good part of Solarium. Nobody can peek through. Quixie gets dropped by Sky, and I think the footsteps were definitely a clear vision that, hey, somebody was around, and from exactly where, well, Jackal is probably the best operator for that situation right there. So already a better start for Methodist, but we've seen this before, Treasure.
Yeah, well, I do like what I'm seeing. Those gridlock track stingers going downstairs and up on top of the stairs are going to stop any, or at least really slow down a flank later in the round. So that's going to be something that will aid them a huge amount if they're able to get this diffuser down. Looking to blitz their way into B side. There's just one player able to watch it. Right behind this, Kiba Berry going to impact out the shield. So Boosted no longer has that to work off of just the one on the window. But Boosted does find a kill to pick up as well, even further skyrocketing that KD. The attack is looking the best that we've seen so far.
It has been, but you've still got a couple key players online. You've still got Seawads, and you've still got Kaboost. Well, you've still got Seawads, so there's a player who now has to make their way back to the site. Yeah, last time we've seen Seawads who actually have to make their way back to the site, they haven't been successful in that. The Maestro Cam is going to be shot out, and So Nice is going to be following that Maestro camera as it's a 1v5. Seawads is going to have to flex on us viewers and us casters, as hopefully the first one will be waiting right around the corner. Boosted, surviving on 1 HP. That is a little demoralizing because now Seawad still has to fight the one player that they could have killed right there. And, well, potentially the elbow was spotted. Seawad is being very...
Oh, man.
I don't see what Seawads was doing. They're playing very out in the open, hoping that Sledge would reveal themselves, but just, there were so many guns still left alive.
Yeah, I mean, he was on a timer too. As soon as he was the last one left, he knew that the diffuser was going down. That gives him the 7 seconds of diffuser going down, plus the time of the taken down itself. Like, he does not have much time to work with. He has to push in order to win. Like, his out is he picks up 5 kills and an absolute blitz and absolute glory. But waiting around each and every corner, there was no way to win like that. He's just playing to, boost KD. And he doesn't even get that in the end, right?
Yeah. Sometimes, like, I'm not saying that you should play for KD.
I don't think he was playing for KD, though, either.
Yeah, but talking about in general, about just kind of playing... playing for KD is just playing to get kills. That is what an entry is supposed to do. Or in theory, or waste time, but getting kills is probably what the best thing that you can do as an entry. And Seawads... they haven't really been engaging so far, and everybody else. Quixie has been the ride-or-die player for Rio Grande, and surprisingly, Kaboost has gotten a fair amount of opening kills, despite them being mainly a support player. So maybe Seawads, I think they're playing aggressive, but they're playing way too aggressive far too late into the round.
Yeah. Yeah, that's where he's just seeing the shutdown, seeing an opportunity for finding kills. It's the same kind of thing as just last round, where he's just not been coming online, getting aggressive when he needs to, and it's when he's been forced to by the attackers. This attack is going upstairs as the main focus. They're going to try and get some vertical pressure. I don't think they have a lot for the... oh, no, they got the sledge. So they're going to be opening up the floors, trying to get an angle directly into kitchen, and it seems like there's not too much to stop them from, I think, one player upstairs in office so far. Frag grenade coming down to try and bait out Seawads or kill him outright, but he's just going to be able to pop on out and right back to that position.
Well, the castle barricade is actually going to be nice and helpful for this fuse, as it's going to deploy a lot of hockey pucks, and I believe was actually shot out by Caboose, but it destroyed the shield, which is, honestly, that is a great enough trade for a utility, because now Piano isn't going to be as cleared, but they still have the castle barricades, and that is the one thing. Caboose has been the main fragger for Rio Grande, and that's a little surprising, like I said, considering they're a support player, but the more that they can do, the more chance that Rio Grande has at winning this match 2-0. But now Seawants is gone. Joe gets close to following, and they could potentially get boosted right back up, as there goes Grinder, there goes Boosted. They make it, so we potentially looking at a 3-3 right here, Treasure.
Yeah, all this pressure from up above, so many holes opened up. There's no places for Skyline to hide. Boosted finds him, and Swolverine picks up the last kill of this round, keeping it going for the attack. They just had a full comprehensive push down right there. There wasn't anything that they're missing on their comp that pigeonholed them this time. It was just really well executed.
Yeah, and it was very well done, and I can hope to expect that from Methodist on their defense, as that was the only real staying point in the first map, was their defense, which was a 4-2 split, considering to their attack, which they got one to their name, and they got a lot more than that. They got 3 times as many. So already this map is going a lot better for them, and they're still keeping the all-important road.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I think the teams still both look more comfortable here on Chalet than Oregon, which isn't something I'd expect to be saying, but a lot more comprehensive pushes and rotations between the two teams. Quixie here showing us a Nook. That's a little bit of an interesting one. We've seen some very impactful flanks between these two teams, so that's exactly what he's looking for here, and trying to get some more impact on those entries where he's made his name known today. Hopefully a little more favorably on this map when he switches to attack.
Yeah, and I hope that will be something as well, that Seawads, they're good at surviving, haven't been the best at getting kills. Wolverine, they had a explosive opening in the first map, but they've been doing the same, but they need to actually keep that consistent throughout the entire map, because Methodist can't simply rely on Boosted, who once Rio Grande actually turned their eyes toward Boosted, they were less opening kills and more opening deaths, which put Methodist in an unfortunate position that they just could not make their way out of, because their main fragger was the first player off the board.
Yeah, Boosted is moving around looking for these early kills on the roam, and oh, here we go, Quixie, the player to be hunting him, stealthing his way through, very quietly stepping and avoiding any cams, but Boosted is nowhere to be found. I think that's some old intel that they're working off of here. They're insistent that he's somewhere here, but oh no, Boosted is off. I must have totally missed that one, might be.
Yeah, so, well, that looks familiar to what I was just talking about 20 seconds ago. I'm impressed at how quickly they were able to work off of the communication that I gave them. It's now somebody else is going to have to pick up the slack. Oh, it Boosted ran outside.
How did he was moving. Like I thought he had just run down the main stairs at that rate. I thought he was so much closer. Wow. Now I'm like, how did I miss that? that would have been a significant amount of time. I guess a couple seconds of my life lost to the Twilight Zone, but some more life lost as well for Grinder. He's just taking some damage, I think, off of the frag grenades coming in from outside. Their EMP impact missing its mark. The second one doesn't actually hit the Kaid either, so that wall is still electrified. We can't move in and get our Selma charges going, but Caboose, whoa, just wide swinging here right into Wolverine. Takes some damage from the C4, but has enough time to get out and still has the shield, still has the ability to give those comms. Yellow Ping's coming out for both sides, and Wolverine's taking the odds, and he's going to win it too, taking a headshot on the first one, but Caboose comes in, taking two with himself, being in the head after head. There's only 2 defenders left. Sky holding the angle into Solarium. He sees a gun, he sees a head, and he's gonna take it as well, even in this thing up real close with the team kill from the attackers, and Grinder picking up ISO. Nice, he wants a suddenly the only player left. Once again, it's a situation he's familiar with, but he has to move up and try and find that diffuser, and there's 2 defenders left. He has no intel to work up.
And off of a team kill as well, Grande just threw that one away. I can't say it more simply than that. That was a round they threw away. Caboose had a collateral almost just spraying down towards Piano, and that should have been an opener that Grande could have won, but the fact that they didn't have information, they just kind of clumsily fell onto the site. They gave that one to Methodist.
Yeah. That 2K was so huge. They had full access to objective from 2 different angles. They finally established the perfect opportunity for themselves, and just gets washed away with that that team kill, really, unfortunately. And then at that point, they didn't have any safe way to push up into master bedroom because there's still a player hiding there, and the cross angle between the outdoors directly into office and through the big rotate hole would have lined up perfectly. Would have had everything lined up. Caboose would have had door cleared, if not a kill there, and they could have defused.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm very glad that Caboose is not staying on
5 seconds
Grim,
remaining.
because Grim is the worst operator in the game. Like, I don't think that's up for opinion. He is horrible. Do not play Grim. That is a PSA from me. Do you know
Heard it
why?
here first.
Do you know why Grim is the very bad operator, Treasure?
Enlighten me, Light Rose.
Well, Grim is so situational. His bees are so small, and they give such a small area. Not only is it a small area and a small amount of time, you have to pull out the launcher, shoot it in the general area of a roamer who will probably peek you. Then after you have to put it away, if the pings are active, you have to pull out your gun, which takes a lot of time. And most of the time, you're not going to be able to find anybody with your bees, because if you do, just drone them out and shoot them. That is simply the key to running out a roamer. So that is why Grim is probably one of the worst operators in the game and can be solved by almost any other player. The Rotero's drones, hopefully getting something done, as it's going to sneak through the drone hole. Might have been shot at. Yes, it did get shot at by a player from blue. They just have all eyes on that drone hole. But once again, Quixie igniting the flame of the duel with Boosted. They are going to win in this engagement. Boosted, 2nd time in a row that they've been the opening death on the defense.
Well, here's the thing, actually, coming back to the Grim discussion real quick. There's something other than a drone that can do that job better as well, and that's Jackal. And when he's not banned, and he has been pretty much a perma-ban recently, we're just seeing some specific counter picks. The Capital ban this time coming out, that allows Quixie to take Jackal, and that's exactly what afforded him that first kill. It allows him to really quickly root out Boosted and count a massive problem for their team off of the clock right there. Oh, there we go. We're actually getting the wall open here. That's a big moment for our attack. Grande have that to work with now, and some defenders actually stuck in blue right now. Some angles are keeping those 2 pins. You don't want to have 2 stacked up right there for really any length of time, because there's no more lines of sight that the 2 of them can hold than just 1 player.
The advantage actually needs to be taken advantage of by Grande, who had an advantage in the previous round that they just gave away. They have one of the sites actually controlled, and that's going to allow Caboose to put the diffuser down, something they weren't able to do in the previous one. They are going to work with 1 less player, but they still have 1 more player than Methodist. That diffuser is going to start to beat, but now we're on even footing. Grinder takes a couple seconds to shoot at Quixie, but eventually is going to fire, takes them out, and it leaves just 2 players up against the rest of Methodist. 1 outside and 1 right on these stairs, as those gridlock track stingers are going to be loud as ever. They give away the position, and now it's the Mute who can't win that 1v1. Grande got dangerously close to letting it go again, but they bring it back, and we're once again all tied up.
Skyline gets 3 right there. I can't believe he actually started peeking that angle. That was one of the most insane things he could do right there. But it's going to turn out he's feeling himself after that 2K. That's ridiculous. And the round was basically won already. The last player was outside as well to support the defuser. So there's no way this is going away. But he's just going to flex real quick and pick up 3 more.
This is going to be a back and forth match. I mean, last time we were max regulation round. We had the maximum amount of regulation round, but the fact that Grande was on their round streak, I think, was the reason why we were able to avoid overtime. This one isn't as black and white. It has really been back and forth, but I think the main thing in these 2 rounds, Grande still has the advantage on the. They still have control on the attack. They gave it away in round 7, but they regained it in round 8. So it's just going to be the story of whether or not they can actually control
10 seconds left.
their own control.
Okay, so
5 seconds
bear with me on this thought process. Grande, they had 2 off rounds where they got some wins on the first half last map, and then they had a 5-round streak. So they had a 1, and then a 5. This map, they had 3 in a row on defense, and the others go to Central Methodist. I think it's time for another streak. They're basically only winning in streaks except for those 2 one-off rounds before these 2 had each other sized up. So Grande is as worrisome as possible right now because their momentum is so heavily conducive to their play. It's these rounds where they are pretty undeniable too when they're really winning out. So this is where I start being really scared as Central Methodist. They gotta really play to the book, especially off of last round, especially after losing boosted 2 rounds in a row. He gave them their first half here, their 3 rounds off that 13-3 record that he had just a little bit ago. Barely missed angle for Grinder, doesn't quite get to shut down Quicks. He was just hanging on with a couple more health, but on a roll as a player. And he's happy to pick up more kills and some more intel with his foot scans here, but it's not going to be quite fresh enough intel to work up.
Oh, spotted out. Grinder, the slow fire rate of that 9mm is going to be to their death, but they peek at a different angle. Do not miss any bullets, and now that is 2 kills on the side of Methodist, and have got the advantage once again on the defense. So Grande now have to work without Quixie, who's been one of their main entries, and they have to work with a layer of soft destruction. Gone. I think gone 6 in the pocket of Ski Line and 1 frag grenade in Caboose. Other than that, it's just going to be potentially rooting out these hatches with So Nice, but this is looking like it's a better round for CMU.
Yeah, luckily for the attack, there's very little I actually have to work through with explosives. Just 1 shield from Grinder, and I assume that was upstairs. I didn't quite catch where it ended up, and so probably not a problem anymore at all. Jordan out at this point, they've got to get some more intel to work off of. They're 2 floors away from the actual objectives, all the way down in the basement. They're going to have to grab some ground and grab some intel fast, making sure that there's no one roaming or lurking up here before they can start moving up. And that's going to buy a lot of time for Central Methodist. Actually, with 50 seconds, they cannot drone out every relevant spot, so they're going to have to kind of send it here. And yeah, at this time, you don't have time for res. Yeah, especially with Joe Gaming sitting right there to pick up a 3rd one on the round. It's going to be a 2v4. They basically have to bum rush site in order to find a win.
Yeah, they're trying to see if actually anybody is around.
No, you don't have time for this.
Yeah, every member of Methodist is actually on the site itself, which you will be facing in about 10 to 15 seconds, because that is your only avenue. Nice is going to take a little bit of chip damage in duel, but the fact that Grinder's waiting around the corner is eventually going to be their death. An ace might be still possible, as right now, no, unfortunately. Well,
not quite.
Yeah, snags away the
ace.
Fight
for his life.
Yeah, the quad is still an important thing, because Grinder swung that so effectively back in CMU's way.
No streak here. Grande blunted before they could run away with another map. They are the ones with that first map to their side. So if they can come from behind here, find a couple rounds in a row, they could actually win flat out. Central Methodist, though, is pretty close to taking this one to our 3rd map. So as long as they can persevere, we will see ourselves on Villa in just a few minutes.
Locate and defuse bombs.
I think we've still got a good bit. I trust that Grande will not let 2 more rounds go by without at least a round victory or 2. Their attack hasn't been lackluster enough where I can see them constantly dropping round after round after round. I'm just boosted has been the opening death 3 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
Nobody's really been able to refrag them in most of these scenarios, and they haven't been able to net themselves a kill on the defensive end. So that's been 3 deaths without really doing anything. And they're actually going to go on the cap can instead of something like a rook. So more of an offensive, or I guess Capcan more of a defensive operator that can actually do, some killing instead of trying to boost up the rest of his teammates.
Okay, here's a little micro thing. We've kind of highlighted the position of some Maestro cams, at least through observation. We haven't really talked about it. But Central Methodist has put them in some curious locations, and we've seen stuff like Maestro cams just getting punched. You really don't want that to be available. We saw the one in lobby stairs, and that's just not going to add any pressure. It's going to give you intel, but it's not going to do the job much better than the default cam at that point, because it's immediately going to get at least the glass cracked, if not fully destroyed by explosives. So it's just not going to give Grande that lasting value that he needs. There's some creative spots that give good coverage, but it's the risk to the camera that's really hurting you. Boosted, first pick 3 rounds in a row, so he goes, okay, I'm going to have some lasting value to the team, maybe make a kill door or 2. We'll see if we can blunder into something, and boom, there it is. First kill for him. He is turning things on their head.
Oh, and taking out the kneecaps of C1. So playing a little bit more conservatively and playing an operator that potentially Grande aren't ready for is actually going to net a kill, as the Solarium take is actually going to be the goal of Grande. Caboose, I believe, will be going for a different angle once they're going on this window. As now as this wall is going to be opened up, there's a lot of Methodist members waiting just behind it, and nobody on Grande's actually going to peek it. They're just going to try to get it open, spook a couple of members of CMU, and back off, hoping that one player will present themselves as Boosted slowly working their way towards trophy. But I think everybody knows where they were coming from. The Gridlock Trance Singers might give away their vision, but no, there he goes. Boosted going to get their second of this half and of this round, so they have definitely started to emerge from their shell.
Yeah, he's got to be satisfied with his work here. Doesn't even need to push up on Solarium. The damage is done. He knows with all those track stingers, it's going to take forever to find his way in there. These castle barricades are doing their job perfectly. They're funneling the attack. The only way it's going to go in with any sort of speed is right through those holes that have already been created. Oh no! Boosted on the run back, finds his 3rd kill. Just player Quixie walk it out right in front of where he happened to be. Another kill for the attack here. ISO nice finds that, or finds the first one actually in Grande, who previously did take some damage. He's still got to watch the flank though. 2 players stacked up on each other. Sky's the second one to go down, but with 20 seconds and 3 players up for the defense, it's going to be a tough task. Bullets coming through here right through the soft wall. C4 is just going to be some more area denial. They have to push through it, and using this smoke, they actually have a good line of sight for it. Ice Nice goes down. It's just Caboose. Quad kill for Boost, and he finally goes down, but Caboose has to do it all himself now.
Oh, he's going to peek the corner, take out the castle.
Oh my God,
it's potential, but Wolverine is going to be a lot... My heart stopped. My heart stopped for a second there, Treasure. There was a shred of a chance, and if the bullet had hit the head of Kaid, we would be looking at a tied scoreline. But CMU...
Oh my God.
They scrape by and make
if
6. Oh my God.
If Caboose had 20 more rounds per minute on that weapon, he traced the head. He would have had it. It's just he traced the outline. A bullet going on either side of that cranium there. That hurts. He was so close to that clutch on 0-0 on the clock.
Defenders, protect your
Oh my God.
Defused by attackers.
You get like a couple of those every month, maybe. It's so rare when you just get those nail biters where time is not on the team's side. The amount of players are seeming overwhelming, and yet somehow they grind their way back.
Yeah, like I said he's got to do it himself. There's no world in my mind where he does it himself, and then suddenly a pixel difference, like a millisecond of latency difference, and we could have just had it right there. Oh my God. We're moving over to Bar Gaming. We haven't seen this defense yet from Central Methodist, so it'll be a little bit of a change of pace, but they're already doing quite well for themselves. 3 rounds on this defensive half. That's as many as Grande was able to manage for their entire half. And if they could get just one more, they get to win this map. They get to win out on Chalet and move into that medium map on Villa, that decider too.
Yeah, Villa could be a heart pounder of a match, one that we never truly know who's going to emerge, because each of these maps have shown where a team's strengths and weaknesses are, how anytime a performance can come down to the actual map that a team is on. Sky is going to start this one off. Caboose actually almost pays for it from repelling, but there is so nice immediately there for the refrag. So now that's a good section of map control that Grande have taken very early. But now it's just going to be about pushing towards this library, pushing towards the library stairs itself, as this fuse charge will destroy. Look at the utility that it destroyed there. Beautiful.
Sheesh. Yeah, that would have taken out a shield if it was there as well, which is a mystery. There's 3 shields for the defense, not a single one placed on a highway. It would have been destroyed if there wasn't like an ADS or something for it, which there isn't one there at all, so Boosted just couldn't continue playing there. It's really dangerous. Grinder is going to find a refrag here for the defense, though, after losing so much pressure. He's been droned out now, though, so he's going to have to drop down if there's any players watching lobby. He would be devastated right now, but there just isn't. There's only 2 guns left, and they're both upstairs.
So it's a dangerous sight to give up that early, especially with a fuse in play. Still 3 cluster charges. I think there's a chance that a cluster charge could potentially find somebody if it goes over towards the supply closet. As Caboose will put down. It's not going to be close enough to actually find anybody, but we're back at a 2v2. Okay. Joe Gaming on the Tachanka. If he spreads his fire out and that timer is going to start to getting close to hitting 000s, his stock or his usefulness is just going to explode.
This is scary right here. The fire grenades are really, really big, and Joe still has plenty of them remaining to just keep flaming out the entry points to site. But the Tachanka, or sorry, not the Tachanka, the fuse is still could just take away this entire game with one of those remaining. With both these players at Central Methodist turtling up, this one makes it very scary. Wolverine has to move, but no one's pushed up to actually work with that, unfortunately. So the last explosive charge isn't going to find his mark. Joe is bringing the gun up right now from the supply closet. He's just so close to finding a head. Caboose finds that kill just like he missed the one previously. Bullets going out and health going down for both players. So nice tries to put down the diffuser. Fire grenades could be huge right now, though, as a it looked like a nade was coming in. I don't know what that was, but the entire room is flamed out except for the one most relevant spot.
And Joe is stuck. He can't really exit this because there are 2 deployable shields on either side. And if he just hops over it, or at least tries to go straight into bar, he's taken out by Caboose, who has an angle everywhere. That one was doomed as soon as the diffuser got put down.
Wow. It's just the beginning, so much map control taken so quickly by the attackers, but then immediately they lost way too much manpower for their trouble right there. Like that's a rough spot to be in, and they were able to play smart and get themselves out of there. They would have clutched that really heavily. It wouldn't have been a nail biter there in the end if they had used that fuse charge a little bit better, made sure that they could pin someone down and take Wolverine out with it. But they did a good job of playing their angles there and just sticking Joe in the corner, not letting him out for his life.
Stuck in a place that he would not want to be, but we're looking at a very similar scoreline that we did in the last map. Grande, instead of being the attackers, they have to be the one climbing up that hill, trying to bring us into overtime, because that is the only scenario in which they come away with a 2-0. Otherwise, Methodist will take us to a map 3, and so far it has just been max regulation rounds in both of these rounds. Is this going to be just a map, or excuse me, a match where it's just the maximum amount of rounds possible?
I would not be surprised one bit. It's been so much more back and forth this map than the last one, and the last one was so darn close for these 2 teams. We're back to basement. This is not the first option for Central Methodist. This isn't their first choice, but their second one. And one that's had mixed results so far, so it could be kind of curious where this goes. The attack is going through trench pretty fast here from Big Garage. These two players really facing no blockages at all moving on up there, and there's no players in wide room right now either, so none of their actions so far have been noticed by the defense. Meanwhile, the other three members of their roster are working on Snowmobile Garage, which has had mixed results so far this match.
Every single team has tried to just force their way through this drone hole. I don't think it's been successful a single time so far. The Impact EMP, it has to be thrown at the tippy top, as I believe that is where the Kaid Claw is actually stationed. It's through the floor. So we'll see if the Impact EMP has enough range for that. But so far, it has been a little bit of a split push. Quixie enters the site and takes Scott off guard. He's pailing out the Bearing 9 as we're at a 4v4. Joe actually gets the opening kill. Shuts down Seawines. But now, Habana is inside the site. This will allow Rio Grande to open up that wall to potentially plant over by this wine area. But Wolverine is actually going to push the attack. They get punished by Quixie. And Quixie could be the opener here. Could be the only reason in why Rio Grande come away with a win. We go to overtime. It's going to be about 35 seconds for these other three defenders to take out the four remaining members of Rio Grande. But now it's going to be so hard to stop Quixie.
Quixie, one-man army here, fragging, utility, defusing, pumping up the cost right now. Going for a drop shot, isn't going to quite find it, is downed himself. ISO Nice picks up the other kill. No ace potential here, and Joe's just looking for that constellation kill at this point, trying to finish the down play. The only one he has intel on, but he doesn't quite find a head. That was a really good pre-fire right there, actually, showing that he really has the knowledge of the map. Gets his double kill for the round, but he's trapped now. There's no way he gets out of Connector alive. I guess I eat my words, but he doesn't get any further than that. Okay, so our defense here. No one is watching Trench at all. That is a major avenue for attack. The fact that it's totally unnoticed that we have someone coming in there is a problem. The fact that we lose a player in Wine Room, and that should be like a DEFCON 5 situation. That is, they are in and they have a kill on site. That means that there's at least one more person on the entryway from Trench, and that means that basically we already have, like, the attackers have taken Wine Room at that point, so there should have been a full rotation to try and deal with that. At that point, Snowmobile Garage door be damned. Like, we need to deal with the players who are already in. Like, and that came down anyways, so we didn't need 3 people watching that drone hole.
Well, overtime has reared its head. It is going to be Methodist on the defense. On both sides, it was a 3-3. But honestly, it was Rio Grande on the attack where they really felt a lot more pressure. We had a couple more players just start to emerge. I mean, Skyline. Why is it getting? I said it earlier in the game. I think it's the two eyes. I'm
so many eyes.
Name, but I'm saying it. Yeah, but I think Skyline started to emerge. Caboose continued their reign, and of course, Quixie. But Methodist, it took a long time for them to actually start to get activated. Boosted had 1 or 2 rounds where they weren't the opening death and actually were able to put together a couple kills.
Yeah, so we are staying on the same sides here for overtime. We'll be switching after this one. A spawn peak opportunity here. Boosted is looking to open things up, as it usually is, with some pretty deadly fashion. Back on the Capcan once again to be guaranteeing some more value, especially later into the round that he wasn't able to during those rounds where he was dying really quickly. But none of that is going to be fruitful quite yet here.
Well, Boosted actually doesn't get the opener on a explosive device. They get it with their own bullet, and they shut down potentially the one member of Rio Grande who could really make a difference. Caboose. No Rotero drones, no AR-33, and potentially a player of Boosted who's going to run out and get blown up.
Okay, I saw the track stingers, and I thought there was no way that there's going to be more denial there, but Central Methodist dropped track stingers and Claymore. There was no way anyone was getting out that door, I guess, as it turns out. I guess without an impact probably would have just cleared everything and given it to him. But now we're even back again.
Taken out the door.
Yeah, well, I guess if you knocked out the door and then... either way, it takes a lot of time, so it would have definitely dented his possibilities there. So 2 players kind of dying totally separate from the main fighting and main utility game.
Active around, none to say the least. Seawants, though, they are struggling. Quixie is going to be the one to really pick up a lot of this slack. Even though the main fragger of Caboose is gone, Quixie opened up the last round, and I think they could be the ender for this one. They can finish off Wolverine, and that's a huge one, because now you've lost Skyline as well. So Nice is bleeding out, but they're able to find the other member of Methodist, who was at about 1 HP. But 2v2, Seawads is going to have to come alive, and they haven't been able to this map. So I think their backs are in the corner right now.
A PSA to Jackal players: deactivate that gadget when you go into a gunfight. You don't need it when you're not scanning. That actually totally blinded Quixie. Didn't give him an opportunity to get that kill. That was just free right in front of him. He would have had it, but he was blinded by his own gadget that he was the one bringing to the table. And we're back to 2v2 in our first round of overtime. It really could be anyone's game, but Joe has the shield to be working off of on Piano Room. It's a really strong angle to be on, and he's got Sky over here watching the one place that the attackers are actually going to have to come in from. He sees the head and he takes it right off. Seawatch suddenly on his own. Once again, the last player in the round, he finds his kill, and he needs one more. He's given away his location though as he pings through that decoy. Oh, and we actually end up with the gunfight, but it does go in the favor of the defense here. Sky has taken to the ground. Oh, okay, there we go. That's what he was looking for, the rotate hole. I was like, what are you doing down there?
Close enough, but I think the fact that Seawads wasn't ADSing is probably a factor in that. The time meant that he had to go fast, but it also meant that he had to be prepared for anybody around any corner. So it was a recipe for disaster. Even though it was close, it is still Methodist going away with the victory as Rio Grande head back to the defense. It's been 7 rounds since they were able to do this. And the first site that they go to is the kitchen dining area, and they bring a lot of information. Excuse me, not kitchen dining.
Yeah, they switched the last second on you.
I got bamboozled. It's the basement.
Yeah, this is pretty good. We've seen some problems for both teams with the garage door. Okay, a decoy and a shield invested in blue. There's 3 shields being brought by the defense. Rio Grande getting a ton of deployables, so a lot of explosives will have to be used by Central Methodist to get through those, but you have to wonder if we're going to get full value out of 3 different shields.
No utility denial, no wall denial being brought on Rio Grande. That has been that has been the main avenue of success for defenders on this site, because attackers haven't been able to deal with Kaid Claws, haven't been able to deal with Mute Jammers, and now, honestly,
oh my God, this
Methods are getting gifted.
That's the wall denial.
That's the wall denial.
He doesn't quite land on the right person, though.
I mean, but that's still a big one. You lose your only set of frag grenades. So now there's a lot more security in where you're headed, and I think guns are going to be the main difference between these two teams. Is Rio Grande going to emerge with blazing bullets, or are they just going to let Methodist walk over them?
Yeah, well, there goes Snowmobile. ISO Nice is kind of trapped here. The shield is actually in pocket when he is peeking, but now it goes out. He's not leaving boat, though. He's camping here for the rest of the game. Not terrible with the Grismonds. I mean, that's kind of how you play L in a lot of situations, but right here is kind of a rough spot. At least with the frag grenades are gone, so it's not going to be an insta-kill.
Still some time being taken off the clock, because Methodist, they have time on their side. They don't have to waste it in trying to get the wall open, and they're using that to drone out, catch anybody on these defenders who are just going to emerge from their hidey holes. But the smart option is to not do that, surprisingly, if you are Rio Grande, because there's no frag grenades. They can't do anything to actually take you out from that position, but hold the crosshair to that angle and hope to emerge, which it's going to waste a lot of time, but the defenders are still going to have the advantage because there's less deployable shield.
Oh, ISO nice peeked right there. Doesn't get punished for it, but that's such a deadly thing to be doing here. You're holed up in this one position. There's no rotates you could be making. That smoke grenade is going to be eaten up by an ADS, and such is the second one. No grenades to go in through it. Defender kill here. Quixie beats out Boosted. The player who's been pumping up the kills, especially on his attacking side previously, and he's not going to get that same value now. And down to Trench with the rest of the attack. There's still 5 defenders left, despite being in really rough situations. Grande has a huge numbers advantage, and actually these hidey holes are going to work towards their advantage once the attackers are forced to push up.
Well, Sky gets pressured back. The track singers don't do much. And I would say that there's potentially an opener, but Joe Gaming immediately gets refragged. It's a 3v2, and So Nice is trapped in this area. So if everybody else on Riot Grande doesn't push back the rest of the attackers, they don't get a kill, there could be disaster lurking right around the corner because they know the position of one of these players. There's 15 seconds left. The smoke hitter's going to be thrown out, and So Nice emerges from their nest. They take out the gridlock, and now Sky is in the 1v3, and they die. And now it is maximum overtime, maximum
just like you
amount of rounds. I did call it. And, well, it's CMU back on the defense, where they got a previous victory.
Yeah, this is such an even game. It's been 3-3 on all sides. We get, is this a defending win for both teams on overtime? So that's the only time that we've seen this kind of split. They're both even on rounds still, exactly even with 7-7. But it's been the defense side that's won the last 2 rounds here. So we might be seeing a little bit of favor towards Central Methodist, and they are going to need it, because if they can't take this one round, then they're out of this match, and Riot Grande gets to move on with that 2-2 record that they're looking for so feverishly. We're going back to basement again. This time there is wall denial, although Wolverine's Kaida has been really effective so far this game, and Riot Grande has had a hard time making sure that this wall comes open, especially with the ease that they gave away last round.
I think a Thatcher would be the biggest operator that Riot Grande could have, but he's gone. He's banned. We can't have him.
Yeah.
So what is gonna be the play? Riot Grande can't really attack Canon because they just haven't been successful in that in the past. They aren't bringing any Roteros. They're not bringing a Twitch. They're bringing one set of frag grenades in the pocket of Caboose. So I think a trench attack might be the avenue potentially over by Blue, but look at this. Having the exact angle on Sky. They don't take really any damage, and Sky just plays for it.
That's like 20 damage going out from Sky, and he's just about down from all that damage, and he wouldn't have been able to get back from that in time with that angle still going. So now he's kind of relegated to anchoring up, trying to avoid gunfights as long as possible, just being a set of eyes and a watchful angle for his team. Boosted still upstairs, still looking for something not quite as cheeky as that spawn peak, but over here in bar, waiting for an opportunity. No one's coming his way though, and it is indeed a snowmobile concerted a strike right here. Yep, burning out these ADSs, and we'll see if we get what we want for the attack.
Now the frag grenade goes through, almost kills Wolverine, but a Boosted breaks open the window. I believe it will be spotted, but is it shot out? The C4 doesn't have the impact that it really wanted to, and now the Sabana Pillars will be able to open a hole. So the main puzzle piece that everybody was just stumped by this entire time, Riot Grande has opened the wall, and they've opened an avenue of potential victory. Nobody has a kill yet in this round, but a lot of damage done to Methodist. And right now, here is where heroes are made and victors are going to be born. The difference between a map 3 and a match victory is going to be the next 80 seconds on the clock. And with a lot of explosives flying around, Quixie is going to get us started as always. Last time we were on this site, takes out Wolverine, enters the site of wine as according to Quixie's Bible. He's just going to allow to enter the site. Rookie is going to actually not net a kill. They pay for it. 1 kill on the side of CMU. It was just a lackluster wine defense, and Riot Grande win 2-0 right here.
This here is a textbook close 0-2. Getting maximum normal regulation rounds on our first game, going maximum rounds possible on the second one on Chalet. I definitely think it's a shame that we didn't get to go all the way to our third map on Villa, because I know that one would have gone the distance as well. But Rio Grande, when it's really important, they're just eking out exactly what they need. Quixie just taking basement by storm, making it his objective the last 2 times he had to attack. They're a little slower this last time, exactly what the team needed to spearhead the way into victory.
From the first part of that round, the fact that Sky got droned out, wasn't killed, I think really gave its way toward the fact that, well, Rio Grande might have this round because drones could be the difference and information could be the difference between winning and losing. But that is actually going to be it for this match. A victory happened on that second map, and unfortunately that is going to be the end of this match. There is going to be one later on the B stream, a 9 o'clock match. I believe it's Louisville Red versus Comets Dallas. I don't remember exactly, but Treasure, I are you going to be on that B stream?
No, I'll be taking my leave. So this will be the last one for me for this evening. But we do have one more match, like you said, here on this stream and on the main stream, NECC_esports, which you probably know if you're here already. We got 2 more matches. I think one of them should be starting up just about right now. So there shouldn't be really any break in your action here. These two teams, Rio Grande and Central Methodist, fittingly, they actually come out of this even record, 2-2 right now, which makes so much sense with how tight this matchup
Mhm.
was right here. But that win that Rio Grande was really needing in order to bring up, fortify their record over here. Now we've hit week 5. I think we're just one behind on maybe reschedules or something for both of these teams. But like we said at the beginning of this stream, we're getting close to that second. Well, we're in that second half of the season now, so things are going to start getting really tight. Every single match really counts now.
Yeah, so hopefully these teams they'll have better futures. Hopefully Rio Grande able to put together some wins, and with Central Methodist they come back and start to put up some map victories and match victories, of course. But that is going to be it from us. Make sure you stay tuned for the later matches, both on the A stream and the B stream. But like I said before, that is all for us. I hope you have a great night.
little bit of a shorter series to open things up and a little bit of a longer break, but we're back with our final series here on the B Stream. I'm Time to Lake. Joined alongside me is fellow himself. We have the University of Texas at Dallas Comets Green taking on the University of Louisville Red squad. Fellow, how do you feel coming into our second and final matchup of the evening?
I'd say pretty good, especially since we're gonna have 2 different ways of pronouncing Louisville, so we can just get mad at each other the whole time, so I'm sure that'll be fun for the rest of the stream as well. But you already mentioned the comments. Let's quickly take a look at their roster and get this show on the road ASAP, since I believe we have all 10 players in the lobby, just waiting on a couple more confirmations. For the side of the comments, you've got To Kill a Fiend, Texhorn, Marks, Trish, and Failure as well. I believe Failure Hero is their full name. And I haven't actually gotten the opportunity to cast these guys just yet, but looking forward to it.
Same with me on the Louisville side. I have seen UTD Green, but Heartless, Synthetic, J Razor 67, Gangstu, and System on the board here. And I do think coming into this, University of Louisville Red have a little bit of a disadvantage. They're coming into this 1-1-3 versus UTD Green's 2-2. But nonetheless, still just a single game of a difference. If Louisville Red win this, each team at 2-3.
And it definitely seems a little more on the concerning side that you have 2 consistent 3-7 losses for both week number 2 and 3. That definitely seems to me that your map selection has been on the weaker side in the first half of the regular season, but hopefully now that you have had more time to build that chemistry with your team, have more time to VOD review and learn from your mistakes, that you might be able to reevaluate where you want to go for your best of 3 and pick a good selection for you. And honestly, one of the reasons why that might be the reason as to you losing your own map pick is because you're going to equalizer maps, such as Oregon, for example, which if your opponent just shows up better on that day, they've got a good chance of winning because, well, everyone nowadays knows how to play on Oregon. But besides that map being played today for this best 3, you've got Clubhouse before Oregon, and then afterwards you have Border. So I'd say a pretty default, pick and ban phase besides maybe the Border, but that's been a lot more common nowadays.
Yeah, I saw Border yesterday actually. Well, casting Rainbow Six as well, so it's a little bit more favored in the T3/collegiate scene. I feel teams are a little bit more comfortable with it the more it's been in the pool. It was reworked forever and a day ago, but it's still a very good map to play in. A brief note: I do think I favor UTD Green in this matchup for 2 different reasons. Number one, they're coming into this with a 2-2 scoreline or 2-2 record versus again Louisville Reds 1-3. On the other side of that, they also beat Purdue Black. So I don't know what to tell you on that one, but Purdue Black, for all of you unfamiliar, happen to be a really good team. So yeah.
Only really one-upped by their big brother team of Purdue Gold, which is like the back-to-back reigning champion of NECC R6. So pretty big shoes to fill, hence why Purdue Black is normally considered the weaker team out of the 2. But with a fair grain of salt added to that conversation. So far for Louisville, you got the Jackal ban off the bat here for Clubhouse. Definitely an interesting one, I'd have to say. But if your opponents are big fans of roaming on the map, especially for a site like Church and Arsenal, you could definitely help get a lot done with that Jackal, not only forcing back the roam game at a much faster rate, but also having a lot of vertical pressure as well. And that can apply to other maps as well. So definitely not something that's horrible, but something that goes usually against the grain in terms of what you see for bans on a map like Clubhouse.
Yeah, Maverick not too out of the blue either.
Yeah.
Maverick was unbanned on the mainstream for the game that just finished over there. Kaid off the board, not too surprising, really trying to make sure that hatches can indeed be opened now that the Maverick is off the board. Now, albeit with the Thatcher and Impact EMPs both being available for the attacking side, Kaid isn't a requisite ban, but it also allows you to make sure, hey, we don't need these Impact EMPs should we want to get hatches open. Final ban comes through, an unsurprising Mira. That means Valkyrie's on the board, as is the Nook. 2 operators sometimes you'll see taken away on more common maps. Clubhouse, really a caveat to that conversation.
Starting out on round number 1, you've got CCTV room, potentially an option here for Louisville. They were, for a brief moment, opting to maybe go into gym, but for their lineup here for this top floor bomb site, doesn't seem too horrible besides the lack of, I suppose, anti-burn. They don't have OMI, they don't have a Jaeger. They do have the Azami, which is a great op for this site. You can extend into Raptors for a much longer chunk of time, but it seems like for Louisville, they want to actually be more prepared for the execute rather than actually stopping the setup for that previously mentioned execute. And on a site like CCTV, if you can get that Raptors control, if you can get that plat wall opened up, which are two really common spots to get control of at a decent chunk of time, that could be the round over and done with, especially if you are not in a good spot to actually stop that plant from going down. But hopefully with Louisville having another Evil Eyes, a C4, and some smoke grenades, that should be enough to get the job done if a plant gets attempted by UTD Green.
I think the main issue here for UTD Green is actually clearing out that Rafters position you talked about. Because Synthetic is playing on that Azami, you have to worry about the addition of an environment rather than, well, the normal removal of one. And adding to what is already an uncommon spot, that being the Rafters, basically just easily creating continuous rotates across that top floor. It doesn't allow you to clear out that top side easily. Now, Trish is playing on the Cali, so that can clear out those keep barriers fairly easily, and with very good effect without using too much utility. There's absolutely no utility, by the way, as you mentioned on the defensive side, to deny them opening up this plat wall. That's exactly what happens, and already UTD Green have very easy access to the site itself.
Although to Louisville's credit, this wall tends to get opened up. Even if you want to bring out util to deny it, it just takes a little while longer, so not too big of a concern in the grand scheme of things. But to then cross that over to Raptors, which is already a much weaker position to hold for the defense since they don't have a Jaeger or Wamai, that could maybe help assist the offense when they get those back walls opened up with no denial. But Synthetic, going for a 10 billion IQ shred of actually not playing top Raptors and hoping no one drones him in the bottom floor of Garage. He actually nets a kill off of that and then just falls off, either through secret or down by the oil pit hatch, or drop down, couldn't quite catch as to where exactly he went away from. But still, he gets out, can rotate away, and now Trish, probably one of your main players to cover someone as they're trying to go for that plant, is now dead.
System re-aggressing down the red stairs as well, dropping failures. They try to aggress up. Walking up metal stairs, never a silent endeavor, and well, the Ash shows exactly why. Already 2 kills going the way of Louisville, and they take very little damage off the back of it. System, the only one to do so, is still around that 70 HP margin, give or take. Tex has gained this Raptors control, so the site can be taken relatively quickly with no south side coverage for the defensive side. But they still have to aggress, and they still have to at least plant that bomb or plant the diffuser, and they still have to worry about so much utility here for the defense. Notably, Gangsta on that Valkyrie has a C4 available if they want to chuck that in. The Evil Eyes are still on the board, as are a few impacts for Synthetic. No simple way for UTD to win this round.
Maybe could have someone go down below as well. You've got those impacts like you had mentioned, but Synthetic not really in a place to use them as effectively as what I had imagined. Good Kiba placements as well to get a little bit closer. Ooh, really interesting off angle. I hope that might find something there for the Azami. But speaking of finding something, Texhorn actually finds a kill onto Heartless. Those Evil Eyes now removed, but there's still so much utility here for the offense, or maybe not. System's already popped out both of his toxic smokes, the final one almost being deployed, but it's a regular smoke instead. There's the Nitro Cell, Yellow Ping for good confirmation, and now a 2v4 with the Comets having to recover that case.
Not only that, they have to get into the site again. They do have one player on it, Texhorn trying to get that down. They have not worried about Gangsta on the flank. System will aggress and take out Texhorn, who was trying to get that hold down. Unsuccessful here for the attacking side in the first round, as UTD Comets are cut away to open things up, and Louisville, a little bit more of a lax defense on CCTV cache, significantly less wall denial and information denial than you'd expect given the site, yet it still works in their favor, and they walk away with a first round victory.
And for the comments, I think the main reason why they just lost that opening kill was maybe A, lack of information, and B, a lack of having someone there gun up. I'm assuming that Trish dying on that opening position was because he was overexposed by that garage door, probably using their lance to break those key barriers, because that's ranged explosivity, and your Ash might not be in the right place to do that job instead, so you're trying to do it on the Cali roll, and then a Synthetic just catches you off guard. Pretty expected. Louisville doing a good job of securing that first entry kill, making sure that Raptors was really never in the pocket of Comets without the fear of either a flank or someone just shutting them down once they get to the top of those Raptors with all those long angles. And with the fact that they were relying heavily on that anti-plant potential, that was really the main go-to, since that was the only option the Comets had left, and that they were down at a man disadvantage. They couldn't even play for trades all too consistently with the amount of util that Louisville had stacked up in those final 30 seconds.
It was you and I casting last week with UBC versus Barton Community College, and they played Chalet. And it was a little bit of a surprising pick to see that alley try and counter the Kiba barriers of the Azami.
Yeah.
And it comes through here again. Maybe we're seeing some consistency between colleges and actually divisions as well. That was over in the Legends. This Champions, the very first division below that. But still, we're seeing similar situations, similar calls in terms of tactical decisions. I like similarities between divisions, especially similarities between schools, where teams learning after one another, it overall works out in everybody's favor because the more you learn, the more you can work.
So far, the Comets begin to try to work their way into Kitchen. With those cluster charges available, they could force back a lot of the defense tucked in that back towards Arsenal, and maybe even get the hatch opened up too, since Failure Hero does have that secondary breach, and they could save the exothermics for something a little more important in the round. Still waiting to bait out maybe a potential extra C4, perhaps. Who really knows? Mark is just inside of dirt. I don't think the defense are aware of that. That could be a free kill if Synthetic is overexposed to that angle, but he's got plenty of Kibas to keep him safe. But Heartless cannot keep himself safe from those cluster charges coming in from up above. The opening kill still goes to the Comets.
The attacking side taking the first this time around, but Marker's still not cleared out of that dirt position. Long roam still here for Jay Razor, who seemingly is being held from the billiards position, and Trish actually finds the kill. The flex onto the German op, as the information is not only gained in terms of electronics, but whereabouts of opponents. And they find a follow-up here for UTD Green. Both explosives used here for the lifeline of the Zofia, as Markers will expend both of them, only to clear out the barricade itself and the barriers themselves, but not all that much efficacy found out of it. Probably could have just shot open the barricade and then used it fully clear on the barricades.
Really getting to see a potential issue here for the Comets that could be this deployable shield down main, so long as the Valkyrie just picks a good time to swing off this angle, and just as I called it, it goes down. Trish eliminated Synthetic, finds a kill off screen, and wow, Gangsta with the spray down. Expecting someone to challenge the exact same angle he was looking at seconds ago. Now grants Louisville that man advantage once again, and the Comets, they're really not in a position to set up for that post plant. Both attackers are so separate from one another, they might just need to drop down from both Moto and Blue and just hope they win their ones.
Tracks are dropped. Tex wants to drop, but really can't do so safely with the Toxic Babes down below. It is the final of the Toxic Babes that has been expended. System, not much they can do now in terms of utility available. The tracks are still on the board, but they just haven't tried to aggress onto the site. Still being held from Blue. As you can see, the reposition a system through the wall. Gangsta will find a follow-up, and unfortunately, To Kill a Fiend will fall. She's dead, as is the rest here of this Comet side, even with that opener, and a follow-up as well. It's 3 kills consecutive from Louisville, and then 2 to follow up, close out the round. They find up their second as that.
Well, it didn't seem like the Comets were in a position to just take a reset, go catch their breath, and reevaluate what they need to do in that round despite having a 5-on-3. Sure, you don't want to give your opponents the opportunity to once again do the exact same thing you're attempting, which is to reset and get a chance at working some kills. But in a 5-on-3, you could very easily play for trades and try to set up in one of the 2 bomb sites and just dogpile that objective to maybe get that defuse down, or just kill all the opposition in that room and then go for that plant afterwards. But the Comets were just still full speed ahead. Louisville were able to deny them both of bottom main control and kitchen hatch, forcing your lurk player up the gridlock over by stock, and your thermite still trying to gather information and setting up for that potential post plant to fully rotate, go down Moto into a crossfire, and then just die. So far, Louisville have been incredibly consistent on their anchor holds, but if Comets can keep up that good momentum and just take a few more seconds to reset, they could get a round win.
Oh, did you just see that?
I don't think I caught quite all of that. What did you... Oh, it's oh yeah, that like nasty angle by Razor.
What is that gross deployable shield? You play the brackets on the outside of the door.
I've never seen that. Yeah, that was
insane.
Yep. No better way to put it.
Write that one down. Write that one down.
That will be on the test. You're gonna need to remember that one.
Not only be on the test, but that'll be on my ranked game playlist because I'm an avid fan of Frost and also bring deployable shield. So I am 100% stealing that. Thank you very much, Collegiate Rainbow Six Siege, for not only teaching me a little bit more about the game, but teaching me some free rank strats, because there's no way anybody ever drones that and actually sees it. They do use the first lance to make sure that main jacuzzi wall is out. A follow-up impact, or a follow-up I think EMP was put down, but no, it's just so UTD Green will indeed be able to open the Jacuzzi, but similar situation as to what was in the previous round, where I don't think they're going to be able to get through as easily as they got it open.
The Thunderbird has been detected now by Fiend, still trying to gather some info on this round. Finally, the exothermic goes off in the background. That'll be for the Jacuzzi wall, so it properly gets exposed now for the defense to worry about a new angle. We talked about the info game sometimes being a bit lacking towards the last minute. That could be another potential issue if no one checks behind that desk in Logi, as I don't think the Jaeger of Gangsta has actually been confirmed yet by failure. He might just tunnel vision on Khan. That could be a huge play for Gangster later on.
Oh, no. Missed. That is unfortunate. Stun to try and guarantee area of effect in towards, I think that was either construction or towards cash. They don't clear Gangsta though, and because of it, it'll find 2. That is just so chaotic for that attacking side. They even had a drone on it. They just didn't fully clear the backside of the desk. It's always a false sense of security established because of it. Marker's looking for a second onto the aforementioned Jaeger, who's now 7-0-0, by the way. A reverse James Bond on the defensive side as he stands. But Louisville still playing with their aggression and playing with control. I also think they've now seen the the Sophia, who's aggressing and now dies. 0-0-8, but reversed.
Good job readjusting now by the Jaeger 2, assuming there's not going to be much more of a presence by Khan, so he'll go and assist with whatever info is actually active in this round. Trish able to snipe down Synthetic, still playing over by Highway. But you don't have any lances for that shield. Bathroom's still going to be a very big point of contention, not only for your sniper, but also Fiend, as she has to also worry about the player who's playing close with a shotgun. One pump brings him down to such little HP, and the third will ring onto that Thermite's body. Trish now in the bomb site, trying to get active, needs to win this gunfight, but can't do it in such close proximity against the Mossberg. Louisville take a 3rd in a row, and they are doing fantastic so far in their clubhouse defense.
You also have to feel really, really bad for Fiend, because not only did she hit the first 3 shots, as soon as she did, 60 healing went on to the smoke, because there was 2 Kona stations prepped just next to them. There's no way to kill that smoke. It was basically 170 HP SAS operator on the defensive side, with a Mossberg at close range. You hit a headshot or you die. That's basically your options as it stands, and unfortunately to kill a Fiend, she died, Thermite fell, and UTD Green lose another round consecutive. They really just do not have an answer for Louisville's late round defenses, whether it be around utility, gun skill, or in a lot of cases, crossfires that they have to deal with. Also, I see a bandit on the board. Are we going to see wall denial this time around?
I would hope so. You know, System could be an absolute giga chat and just be like, you know what? I don't really feel like using my batteries. I'm just going to run it with the MP7 and just, I don't know, maybe go like 8-0, you know, join Gangsta. That could happen. I've seen it before in my ranked games, but here, I'm assuming he'll opt to go in for the bandit trick, especially since there's no Maverick, only having to deal with potentially pocket EMPs and regular Thatcher EMPs. It's definitely not a bad idea to go in for those bandit tricks, but now it's just the Ash and, well, the Lance charges along with a Twitch. So really, most of these operators besides the Kali are going to actually be effective in terms of dealing with that, I suppose, bandit trick. So I'm not really too sure how well System can do his job here in this position, but who really knows? Maybe if the coordination isn't there for the comments, this could still be a position to take, especially since Kali is the one trying to help deal with the Thermite, or pardon, deal with the bandit trick, which then breaks the Thermite charges.
Put down yet another battery. I do think another Lance will be dedicated here. Oh, they also moved the wrong one. Another Twitch drone behind System means they've run out of batteries and run out of denial. They will indeed be able to get this Thermite exothermic charge down, but it did take an extra 25 seconds alongside 2 Twitch drones. So overall, in terms of trades, I feel Lou will win that utility battle.
Also now, since you wanted to prioritize those Lances to deal with the key buzz, that could be a little more challenging in the late round, especially now that you have lost your Ash, so one of your main soft destructors has been eliminated too. Good opening kill by Gangsta, still roaming about on the first floor, and now Texhorn will maybe try to find that trade if the Valkyrie continues to linger from that position. A spray dart attempted through that stage wall, but no connection onto the player in stock just yet. Nitro Cell opened up maybe to bait out the Twitch and force her to look away, and that could almost work out for the Valkyrie. Gangsta's so close now, but there's no clue where Texhorn is exactly inside of stock, and they just walk past each other. But at least Gangsta here could still be pretty important in this round so long as he just does not get located here by the offense. And maybe if they tunnel vision onto Raptors, that could be a flank for Gangsta, since there really is no other use for him except to, like I mentioned, go on that flank since the C4's already been used.
Markers is actually looking down there. You saw Gangsta's outline. It was turning out that Gangsta's running for the hills. Still yet to die, by the way. Wants to make sure that is still the case. Texhorn watching the top of blue stairs, making sure there's no easy rotate there for the American Marine. Synthetic still on this top floor. They're trying to deal with Synthetic on the top side. The information's known as to their whereabouts, and Impact even there to try and do some damage. Both impacts are unsuccessful, but it's still not kills landing for UTD. Final 30 seconds, they've done a whole lot of nothing since getting that wall open.
Still having to find a way to execute in this round, and the opening has not been collected yet for the comments, and neither has Raptors control. Triss wants to step up, but once again, no one's there to assist the Cali, so it's a freebie by Synthetic essentially. Still, no headway yet done by the comments. Synthetic with another just spraying down through the top position of Raptors, making a triple lining up here for the Azami, and a quad for good measure. Louisville up 4-0 so far, and so far, nothing's been able to stop them either.
Gotta feel really bad, though, for Louisville. Gangsta died. Oh, my goodness, I cannot believe it. Gangsta has fallen. Feels so bad.
He's now in Gangster's paradise.
I hate you.
I know.
That was really good, but I hate you.
the way I said it, was just was bad.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Is this the time where I request a new co-caster?
Yes, this is.
For that.
Go make a ticket for it. You'll maybe get it answered at a decent time. Maybe. There's a lot of tickets for NECC. It's a big Discord.
Yeah, we also have like so many teams playing at the exact same time.
And so many games.
Yeah. Shout out the admins, always locking things down in the background that we can't always see, and sometimes, at least hopefully for the broadcasts, for the games that we can't see. Because if something happens on broadcast, then we actually do have to see it. It's never fun. But even if it does happen, from what's happened thus far for me, it's one time Irish season. The admins were there. So, super big shout out to them. Also, our production staff, Unnamed Gamer, our observer, and Shiro, the producer for the day. If you are familiar with them, you should be. They're around here all the time and always working hard, especially at like very late hours, because they're insane Europeans that like working very late at night and early into the morning.
Just big bag chasers, really. Best way to put it. Gotta respect the hustle. So, let's see if the Comets can hustle up some round wins, because having a 4-0 split currently when you're on the offense is already not a good sign. But 6-0 would be even worse in comparison. So hopefully they can bring things back to a certain extent. Trish is able to secure that first blood onto Jay Razor, who is still roaming over by pool table. Not much longer though, he's dead. And the rest of comments are now setting up to potentially maybe get stock opened up early on. It seems like maybe Failure wants to get that hatch opened up before he goes to kitchen, or maybe he'll just ignore that for now and instead focus on maybe working those cluster charges over by the kitchen flooring like he did last time, and then trying to get the hatch opened up later on as well.
Thanks, needing to look out. There are cluster charges being popped on their backside. C4 prepped to go up above. I don't think that one's going to land, though. Failure walking straight onto it, but the blow is... No, it's not too late! They actually find the thermite! That's an even better kill! Well, albeit, Fiend does fall. She's off the board. It's Failure Hero who's still alive with the cluster charges available. And notably, the secondary hard breach. They may be able to open up that hatch still. It's a real question mark, though. You can see that can opener. I think it's going off up above right now. Heartless walking straight through track stingers, just casually taking 8 damage a second as they move forward. Now will continue to move and fall. Okay. Not gonna analyze that.
Moving on from that, the Maestro no longer able to bring out their evil eyes as laser beams, just info. But the info game has been pretty good so far for Louisville, so not too big of a concern. The only issue is now you're one extra gun down, and that weapon is the Alda out of all things. So could be really big trouble if the offense can play good trades, but we might just see a big play in the making here by Gangsta, now dropping 11 kills overall, but doesn't expect another one by the Moto Hatch, and now it's just the smoke here to cover against that potential drop down. Texhorn having enough room to do just that, will eventually get himself closer towards the bomb site, breaks out the default cam, and the secondary breaching charge, the last one available now for the Fuse, will go off on that triple wall to maybe get in the bomb site and let that defuser go down, but depending on the angle held by the smoke, he could deny that. That breach is so out in the open, but he dies to failure. Synthetic now, the only one to stand, is in the opposing bomb site, gets a red ping on the Fuse. Can he win that gunfight? As of yet, no. Caught in the reload, has plenty of natural cover, but not too much time, as the defuser gets put on the ground completely, stuck in a true 1 versus 3, with so many different angles to worry about, and I think at least one attacker has now rotated into Arsenal as well. Currently, no. They actually fall back down towards the long hallway, playing a little bit more of a safer game of cat and mouse, and eventually the mouse is forced to get caught on the trap. Finally, the Comets get around after a very successful execute.
I'm still very upset about the Maestro. You know, Heartless, they really should have just shot the track stingers. It makes just about as much noise as actually walking through them. There's a sound cue of not only you walking through them, but you making the sound cue of taking damage. You were basically 20 HP up against a full 100 as you walked up the stairs, and they were well aware of your position. You theirs, not so much. Louisville will lose the round because of it. I think you keep your Evil Eyes on the board, and notably your Maestro on the board, and remove that little bit of overaggression, and you may stay in this one. Synthetic has made it to the top floor unseen. This is the most notable thing I've seen thus far, by the way, because they're on the Caviera. They've also used the silent step to get all the way up there, so absolutely no sound cues could have been heard by the UTD. Drones,
Attackers have located
uncharacteristic operator selection, to say the very least. By the way, for all of you wondering, it's a switch from the Azami previous round on the bottom
10
floor.
seconds left.
You do you, and honestly, with the fact they haven't brought one thus far, and the fact that UTD Green's loading is subpar thus far,
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Especially since we haven't really seen the Comets clear out the top floor a single round, and they're probably going to expect everyone to just be on the bomb site. I mean, besides Comets getting the opening kill last round, literally nothing changed on how they attacked. They started out by getting kitchen control, playing vertical there with the Fuse, and then they go down into dirt. You have Mark try to work an opening kill, and then if that doesn't work, then you might see a rotate out of dirt at some point, or you just stick there the whole round. So that complacency level here by Comets might be their undoing, but I think Fiend just caught a whiff of Jay Razor. That could be a potential opening kill for the Comets, but that secondary drone for a moment missed him. But then it double backs into the top of pool table, so good call back there by the Gridlock, trying to maybe work another opening duel against Jay Razor, funny enough, and maybe having some backup with that Gemini replicator as well, but it just goes away, so that element of surprise could still be there for Jay Razor.
It's really up to the fact whether Jay Razor has been seen running away, or whether they still think that Jay Razor's around the strip side. They should know Jay Razor's there. Apparently not so much. Jay will find the kill, looking for a second as they swing on towards Markers, but Markers gets a frag in and around it. Synthetic, I think, has been heard on the main stairs. Concussion Mine will look to guarantee it, but while Synthetic has run away and switched to the M12, we'll find Tex. Gangsta finds a C4 on the Failure Hero. The only hard breach left over is to kill a Fiend's Thermite, as she needs to be able to open things up, not only for herself, but for her 3.5 HP teammate of Markers on the Zofia.
But at that point, you still have a very tough hill to climb up, because again, Mark is incredibly low on HP. You've got 3 toxic smokes to worry about and a flank. I mean, this just seems like way too much that Louisville have as options to deal with you in comparison to what you can do to counteract that. And again, that lack of information could be a major upset for the offense, since they really have no clue where Synthetic could be at this moment. 50 seconds to go. Vertical being attempted, but it's just getting shot through the flooring, and so does Mark. He's so low on HP. One bullet is all that was needed to put him on the floor, bleeding out. And now Fiend was waiting for Mark to maybe get close enough to get that revive, but Gangsta still through the flooring is just rattling bullets at them. Eventually that confirms the kill into the Zofia, leaving just Fiend now in a 1v3.
You know why they find that kill? It's a black eye camera up in kitchen they did not clear on the attacking side. You can see Jay Razor was scrolling through cameras and scrolling between the Valkyrie and the black eye cams. Gangsta, knowing that one was in dirt, the final Toxic Babe will indeed be used. This round's over. No easy way in for To Kill a Fiend. You either hold W straight through the smoke and take about 30 damage, or you hold W straight through the smoke and take 100 damage. Either way, you lose the round, and the Comets are cut away once more. Louisville don't make it 6-0, but very close at a 5-1 halftime split.
Still has the same punch as a 6-0, just not as flashy, I guess. A 5-1 split is fantastic no matter how you cut it. So as long as Louisville just win like the 2 default rounds you tend to get, which is considered for most maps, I'd say for Clubhouse, default is like 3-round wins, maybe 4 on your attack, they should be fine. Maybe attacking Church and Arsenal could be difficult, but their lineup doesn't look too shabby to deal with that. I think the only thing they could bring more of is maybe Hard Breach, since the only thing they've got currently is the Ace, so best case scenario, they get maybe like Triple Wall opened up, and then also the Hatch and Kitchen. System now opting to go for the Thermite instead to maybe have a better presence on the Hatch, but with no Cade, why not just bring a Hibana? We've seen literally no Hibana so far this entire game. I guess people are just allergic to the Type 89 and the Excyrus charges, but I really feel like that would just get rid of any problem you would have with Hard Breach for this site in particular.
The main reason that Hibana is not favored as much on the bottom floor by UTD Green is To Kill a Fiend playing around comfortability, that being the exothermic charges, the ability to also have the secondary Hard Breach to open up those hatches, so you really don't need that Hibana. Also, when you do use the exothermic charges on like main wall, for instance, dirt, it creates a full and complete avenue of attack in, rather than having to crouch from time to pull and possibly falling.
This is true. Hibana pellets are really annoying to walk through when you have like 10 seconds and people are shooting at you. I can concur. But Jay Razor, thank you for switching. And having 2 Hard Breach, which for pretty much every site on Clubhouse is normally the go-to for most teams, especially if you're a team that likes to cross extend for clears. Synthetic, speaking of going in for separate clears, he's looking to brew up a potential lurk down from Oil Pit all the way into blue. That just might work. If the Comets are not aware of that and they just kind of have their backs turned all tunnel visioned on this kitchen attack by Louisville, that could be massive. And since Dirt has now gotten opened up, which almost killed Heartless, but he backs out, would still have his HP left to survive.
Impact. There it is. They get the impact trick done. So for wasted X-Kairos there for the attacking side, second attempt will come through. They're probably going to use just 2 to try and bait out that second impact. It will come through, and it is indeed baited out. It is 4 this time around, at least a first 2 to make sure there's no impact trick, and then a following up just to make sure there's a hatch open. I like making sure that Louisville's safe on that one. They do indeed get the hatch open as J-Razor explodes. The final 2 X-Kairos fired. About 75 seconds left here in the round, and Louisville already aggressing on towards the site. Heartless in from that dirt position. You have control in kitchen, main stairs, all the way around through Oil Pit to aggress towards blue. This is a very diverse attack from Louisville, and really not something we saw at all from UTD Green.
Setting up that phantom pressure too. We saw Synthetic just rotating out of Oil Pit and going somewhere else. I think he went down a secret. Yes, he did. I believe he was the person to maybe injure Texhorn. If not, it was the guy by Dirt just catching a glimpse of that Wamai as he tried rotating back into sight. The beeper goes off, sure, but the jig was already up from the start. System now gets that confirmation on a Texhorn, who was still on the floor bleeding out. Trish finds one with the pump action, but still, it's mostly Louisville to stave off a good chunk of this defensive onslaught. You've got the drop down now through the hatch. J-Razor sticking that plant, and there's good coverage so far by both Heartless and Synthetic in tandem, leaving just Failure Hero having to be the hero of round number 7 with this all. The mows down Synthetic, but so low on HP, it's a very difficult position to come back from. And look at the passivity here by Louisville. They're forcing the hand of this lone Comet defender to either go through the rotate or go against that long angle being held by J-Razor. It's the latter that gets this lone Maestro kill.
Right through, lands. Apparently, allergies to the Type 89 are only occupied of that from UT Dallas.
They brought their EpiPen. Thank God.
Yeah, well, they didn't use it in that round. They all just fell apart. Louisville do indeed walk away with the victory. And map point already found for all of you looking at your clocks. It is about 9:42 by the time I'm saying this on stream. This game started all of about 35 minutes ago. That's how dominant
Attackers need
this
to
has
locate and
been.
defuse as many bombs as they can.
We're getting a possibly suspected smoke skin. We could take a look at Trish on the smoke. What is that skin?
That's like an NAL skin. Yeah, that's completely legal. But a really cool one, actually. I don't think that would matter anyways, because Louisville won the round, so...
Yeah, they just want to make sure that they can pen that one in.
Understandably so. They've got potentially another map at least to play with them, so it actually might matter in the late round. But last round, it did take a long time for Louisville to switch that Habana, which is why I made the joke. Everyone seems to be allergic to the Type 89. And, well, we almost saw her in play again for another round, but for this site, you don't really need her. So I think I can cut Louisville some slack. Typically, it's like the Ace and Thermite combo that you bring. You get one of the two to go to Jacuzzi, and then the other one takes the vice versa position. But usually, especially if you have something to stop those bandit batteries or what have you that can deny the wall from being opened up, if you have someone to help assist that Thermite or Ace, then you should be fine. Unless To Kill a Fiend can actually bandit trick with that one battery, it definitely seems possible, unless the 50-50 gamble for her just doesn't work out, which sometimes it does.
I'm usually not a fan of 50-50 gambles. I prefer my gambles to be at least mathematically advantageous.
So you count
Usually
cards.
it's like, I plead the fifth. Atlantic City, please don't eliminate. I was very good at counting numbers and mathematics. Nonetheless, Bandit Trick attempt is unsuccessful. To Kill a Fiend is flashed off the angle. Very well coordinated on the attacking side. We got a note from our observer earlier on in this one when To Kill a Fiend was actually on the attacking Thermite and they were attempting to be Bandit Trick, that To Kill a Fiend is a very good Bandit Tricker. Unfortunately, not being given the opportunity because of that Louisville coordination. Also, 1-for-1 trade with Gangsta dropping Texhorn, but Failure Hero immediately dropping the return. And that Sledge being off the board, but already 15-5, I don't think Gangsta's too offended.
And look at that position already in Logi. I mean, if Jay Razor gets a bit more aggressive, that could be a cutoff to make sure nobody else from Cash or Construction can get back into the site. There's Failure getting dropped down 6 feet under. Jay Razor just huffing the toxic fumes in Logi, but eventually he gets away from it. And the M870 to dish out some major damage on a system. Jay Razor gets down through the wall. Could be confirmed with that pistol, and that will be matter of fact. But so separate the attackers are currently, and Synthetic wants to maybe capitalize off that, but instead goes for a smarter move of falling back and joining forces with Heartless currently on the highway position. They might need to worry about someone peeking them CC window, but so far Mark is just playing so conservative right now. They don't want to overexpose themselves to that sniper and maybe die, forcing a 1v2 with To Kill a Fiend being in a very weak spot to play for ranged against those people hopping in from the highway window. So for now, it's pretty much just I suppose a standstill, a bit of a stalemate for both teams, as now with the info being gathered, Louisville can hop in, but Mark, with a nasty angle all the way down from Cash, is able to smoke out Heartless, leaving just Synthetic in a 1v2 with a very tough gun to accomplish that win.
Does swing in and at least gain some control. Has no lances available, so A, can't open up that castle barricade without 11 punches at it. But we'll try to pronely walk through this rotate, and it's not even a rotate. I think this round may be over, having to walk through a different rotate of which is currently being held long range. They do walk into bathroom looking for the kill on Defiend, but will be unsuccessful in doing so. At minimum, Comets will be able to pick up a second and stay alive for one more.
Well, the question is, where are they going to opt to actually defend? I would assume CCTV, because their defense wasn't the best on Church. But I do feel like going back to Church is still not a bad call. You have to go there eventually unless you want to defend Bar, and you might as well just get out, that site over and out with potentially. But either way, it's the lesser of two evils, really. You can't really nitpick too much about where they want to go when it's 6-2 match point on, I think, their own map. Correct me if I'm wrong too, because Louisville got the second map pick of the BO3, and of course this is map number 1. So unless I can't read map bans, then this isn't Louisville's map pick. But like I mentioned, CCTV in play. The Bandit Trick is still going to be attempted. But so long as there is control of, I would suppose, bottom secret, or if you can just get your Zofia charges through that little drone hole, then you should be able to stop the bandit from doing his job. And pocket EMPs, or I guess primary EMP, since it's actually Thatcher in play for once. So a lot of potential to stop that bandit from doing their job.
I love the potential at a bare minimum for both sides, though. That's my real impact point at this time. UTD Green not only A, have the ability to clear out the bandit batteries with the Thatcher EMPs, which honestly, if I was on Louisville, right now you spawn over towards that main plat wall, and then you immediately throw those EMPs at the bandit batteries as soon as possible. Drop 2 right off the bat, and try and at minimum get Fiend to try and pick them up. If you can get this exothermic charge on the board as quickly as possible, you already have that advantage. I do think To Kill a Fiend will have a little bit of a better shot over here towards CCTV cache, but Failure is actually being pushed from stock, and I don't think they know it. Nade prep from below. Heartless finds their first kill on the game, much less the series as a whole. Second attempt, however, will not land. EMP put down. Second attempt at it as well. To Kill a Fiend, I think, has been taken care of, but no. Bandit trick lands. Second attempt at it, all 4 bandit batteries are on the board. 1 is retrieved. Putting it down once more, they will try, but on the wrong wall. Oh, Jay Razor picks it up in time, but I do not think they're getting this exothermic charge down unless they take care of it from that AC window.
I mean, they just need somebody to go through secret. I mentioned this earlier, and if Heartless had a grenade, could maybe toss it over to that wall, but there is an ADS to catch it, so not really much fruit to bear from that side of the map either, but Fiend has 0 bandit batteries in her back pocket. So again, get somebody underneath, break this castle barricade, and just Ash charge it open. Finally, they do so. Are they prepared for the guy in Swamp? What? They just crossed past him, and Mark kills both of them from Lounge? What was that? How did the castle not hear either one of them?
So that happened. And because of it, UTD Green now have the advantage. Not only that, they have a man advantage. And utility still to work with. 2 C4s on this defensive side. Unfortunately, no Toxic Babes. I don't know how Gangsta doesn't hit that shot. Excuse me? Now they'll walk in looking for another, but they miss again, switching to the Bearing 9. Second attempt, or third attempt, I suppose, is finally there, as a third time is indeed the charm. Heartless looking to frag out from the construction connector will not be able to find that kill. Failure creating a rotate in through this CCTV side, but the C4 from below, as Marcus is being taken care of, is also taken away. 40 seconds remains. Absolutely nothing that UTD have to deny a plant other than just pure gun skill, of which they have in droves apparently. They have yet to clear out anything on the site itself. Gangsta finds another, looking for 18 kills to close out the map, but it's Jay Razor to steal the show, and Louisville to steal Clubhouse.
Well, that's a round to end out map number 1, if that's for sure. I mean, there's no better way to describe just the chaos you can see in a game like Siege than that round right there. I mean, we saw everyone just frantically rotating down into the first floor to then try to get the plat wall opened up. And while that whole process is still happening, people just, they have no clue about it. I mean, thank God for the mute over by main lobby, Double Door, because if not for him, that could have been wraps for the defense much sooner in that round. They still kept it fairly close after 2 people crossed past the castle playing over by Swamp, but then the conversion back up above, especially by Gangsta, that was a really good call to be like, you know what? I know there's 2 people on the bottom floor. I need to get in the building and just work a pick. And he does so relatively gracefully. I mean, it was a bit of a sloppy fight with that sniper rifle, but you can't really fault the guy. He was literally like arm's length away from the bandit. So good on Louisville to still bring back that round despite losing a couple of bodies from the get-go. Actually, no, it was Heartless to get the opening kill, but they then flustered a bit when trying to go back down the first floor. That's what actually happened.
Yeah, it was Markers to find the 2 follow-up kills. So if they clear out that mute, the game probably ends in the next 35 seconds or so. UTD are just collapsed upon, and the round and game end. Nonetheless, both indeed did occur, and in the exact same round. It was just a delay of about 35, 45 seconds or so. Yeah. It is a map win for the University of Louisville. Red, UTD Comets Green will be cut away, at least in the first map. They'll move on to their opponent's map pick, down a map, but it's still Oregon, so not an uncommon map pick by any chance. We'll see if it works out for them, and they can force a third of border when we come back from the break.
Welcome back, everybody, to NECC. We've got the return of the Comets versus Louisville to see if we're going to have that potential reverse sweep here for Comets, or if Oregon is the final thing to give that 2-0 victory here for Louisville. Dan, what are your thoughts heading into the second matchup? Because I'm still a bit intrigued to see how this game's going to end.
Well, map 1 did end 7-2. It was really off the back of just a few outliers. Gangsta popping off, I think, ended with 15 kills or something in the general neighborhood of that, alongside the fact that as we head into Oregon, it's still a default map pick. Now, you're looking at the series and you're saying, oh, yeah, the University of Texas at Dallas, Comets Green Team, yeah, they lost their map pick. But it was Clubhouse. Everybody and their mother have played Clubhouse 40 billion times, just as they've played Oregon 40 billion times. So it's entirely possible that we do indeed see Borders a third map. That's really where the rubber will hit the road for Louisville, and they'll be required to pick up that map win or are forced to lose the series. Nonetheless, Oregon should still be possible. It's not out of the realm of possibility by any means for the Comets.
Just depends on, again, I suppose, how comfortable you are on Oregon in comparison to your team. It really did seem like a lot of stagnation by the Comets on their own map pick of Clubhouse, which is definitely a bit of a concern. Whereas, at least for Louisville, if they were getting challenged a bit too much, they were willing to adapt their comp just slightly. So that's definitely a good note to make heading into Oregon, where a lot of adaptability is most likely needed to be made, especially if your team opponents are good at countering your team. So far for operator bans, though, nothing much has changed besides what the Comets have opted to ban for, and that being the Flores. I guess since Louisville did bring him out a couple of times, that would explain it, but other than that, he's just a great operator in general when dealing with all that shield spam, which tends to happen on a map like Oregon, specifically in that basement site, and also Kiba barriers, which Azami was played pretty consistently last map, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see her at least once today on Oregon.
Yeah, and looking at these operator bans, it's nothing out of the blue. Valkyrie being off the board, yeah, you understand that. Cade was a ban back on Clubhouse, similar reason for the ban here. Synthetic back on the Cali for the time being. I'm going to take a cursory glance at that, considering attacker repick doesn't exist. And Louisville do start on the attacking side because it is their map selection. But the main thing I want to bring up is the fact that Tequila Fiend is playing Tachanka. I'm going to get your opinions on this one, because I am intrigued.
Definitely very based. For Fiend, I wonder where they're going to set up with those Shimikos, because the biggest aspect you can have with Shimika launchers is just overall range in comparison to a Toxic Smoke. It's much easier to set yourself up in a corner and just play for long range and just start raining down fire in one specific choke point on the map, and that's it for a decent amount of time. Whereas smoking can be a little more versatile in that short range potential. So maybe they're trying to double stack up so they have multiple angles on lockdown, since there are a lot of areas you can entry from, like basically from the exterior of the map. You know, big window's a good example. You could mostly consider, closet going into the site of games to be almost exterior because how close it is to the master balcony, and attic as well. So there's a lot of good potential for both Fiend and Trish to waste time in their own areas that they're currently defending. So interested to see where exactly they deploy both those pieces of utility, or where Louisville want to attack in this round.
thing is the fact that Heartless is popping on the Nomad with the air jabs in their back pocket. I like this call. Heartless, I think, underperformed in the previous map as they only found, I believe, 2 kills total, maybe 1. I know of at least 1 with a nade, and that's about it. Trish is yet to be cleared out of small tower. Synthetic on the outside of that may have to be wary of that position. Attic being aggressed upon as well by the attacking side, but no real master control even attempted other than just 1 player on that far side of the map, that being System to maybe open up the main wall. There isn't anything on the other side other than a mute jammer, of which they could just easily shoot out if they find the correct position. That's the one thing they'll have to be wary about. Also, down below this breach, if you're wondering, you can see Failure Hero on that bottom floor. That's the mute, trying to play maybe through a breaching hole, or a breach hole that's through the floor. No, they don't play the position. They just try a C4 and miss.
If there was a bit of better coordination, that could have been a C4 to net a kill, since that flooring was soft near the double wall, but to no avail for the defensive side. You've got this cutoff being held by your window repel player of Heartless, so it's going to be a little bit easier now for Louisville to potentially isolate this lone guy in the middle of Addicton, maybe get that first entry kill. But here comes that utility of those Shimikas to once again keep the offense at bay for the time being, but that's only for big window. You still have this attack, this Addict attack going down for the offensive side, but it doesn't work out. Mark is able to find 1 and 2 with the AUG. J-Razor's there on the response, and so is System to equalize, but still the comments hold on as Trish lands a nice shot there on a System with the shotgun.
I think that's a diffuser down as well. Dropping the thermite, the diffuser's on the floor. They have to be wary about that. 45 seconds left on the clock. Synthetic just playing on the outside. J-Razor does find a follow-up, so the diffuser can be retrieved if required. 3 Toxic Babes are still available for this defensive side if they need to be used, which I think they will be. Trish is rotating all the way down below, and this will be heard by Synthetic, so they'll be wary of those white stairs, finding the first kill, immediately swinging around, looking for the second. They should be able to find it, but Synthetic actually attempts to drop away. The switch off that SMG-11, throwing out their first of 3 Toxic Babes on the defensive side, but it's still J-Razor alive in towards Kidstorm. Synthetic is still alive over inside of the site itself. I don't know how in the world they didn't kill the smoke right off the bat with audio cues, but, well, Trish is still, well, never mind. They were still in this, and then Synthetic just took care of it.
Really shocked to see why neither the smoke or Tachanka was focusing on trying to bring out their util to stop anyone going from Addict. That definitely seemed a little interesting, since that was one of the main focal points for Louisville to still win that round. It was the refrag by J-Razor. It was that presence still eventually heading in from, I believe it was Master Wall at one point by the thermite on top of that big window position too, to eventually tip the tide back in the favor of the offense. And I think the bigger picture of that round too is the fact that Trish altogether wasn't in a position to bring out those smoke grenades, except for big window, which the Tachanka was already holding a position from, and then Trish instead just plays underneath, waiting for someone to hop in, but doesn't bring out their util at all during that round. I think if you had maybe Trish and Failure either swap positions or just swap, operators, that could have been a much more successful round for the comments, since it's not that big of a change in terms of style of play, except now you have someone who's a little bit closer to the site now having those toxic smokes to play with. But other than that, it was a decent hold by the comments until they ran out of utility to keep Louisville at bay.
Unfortunately, just used too much of that utility early, and they didn't use a single Toxic Babe, by the way, because this smoke was playing way too far off site. I don't know why you saw Trish playing just vacant from the premises itself. Trish does melee out the window and tries to get aggressive. Again, Trish, you're playing the smoke. I don't know if you've been given the memo. Your goal is to sit on site and do nothing until they start to push. Yet, you're still sitting in small tower. Now, okay, shower hallway and backing away, but still, come on.
Well, clearly you've never seen the Papa P roam with the smoke SMG. You've never had that deployed on you.
Poison's also a Challenger League player, so he's allowed to do that.
Yeah, that's up for debate. He was doing it in T3, so, maybe, Papa P was trying to walk so the Comets could run. I don't know. Seems like the Comets haven't really done all too well in the full-fledged sprint. Been a bit of a trip up on round 1, but hopefully they can readjust and pick themselves back up for their bootstraps heading in around number 2. You've got Mark once again, just the one-man army here to deal with this Addict position. So far, no one here to assist as of right now. And still having the Tachanka and the smoke really begs the question why you're not wasting time in that position. Gangsta expects the aggressive play, gets that 1-for-1, and Heartless is just in the sight. He spots the Tachanka, down goes to kill a Fiend. Total attic control, and now I would assume a post-plant position soon to erupt too for Louisville, since there really is no denial. But maybe Trish still playing underneath. Failure gets shut down as well by that Ying still persisting in Kid's room, and now it is only Trish once again trying to retake a smoke.
I swear Failure and Trish forgot the memo that they're playing on the opposing SAS operator. System finds the final kill, but I'm going to gloss over this because, come on. You have your Mute playing on site when they can play vertical C4. You have your Smoke playing off site when you cannot play vertical Toxic Babes. It is not an option. By any means. Nor is there much roam clear here for Louisville. They do not care that you are off site. You saw just the actual bum rush onto the site, by the way. They didn't care. And UTD Green were just not prepared for it. To kill a Fiend was just completely caught off guard. Very well placed Candela is just sprint through big window and into the backside of Kid Storms, but you're looking at it and saying, UTD Green, you go to the exact same spot on the top floor, you hold the exact same defensive setup, and you still have the smoke off-site. Now Trish will be playing on the Vigil, so playing off-site's certainly an option, and actually encouraged most of the time. But maybe that switch is a little too late.
And this isn't to be rude at Heartless or anything, but sometimes the best strat is just to simply not care when taking a gunfight. It really felt like Heartless was just relaxed and in their element when just getting down into business with those Candelas and Ying LMG combination, and it worked like a charm. You've got Kid's control, which is one of the main points to deny a big window hop in besides the vertical underneath that Trish was still holding. And that also, again, helps assist the rest of your team coming in from attic, which that is also a main point of denial, is Kid's room heading into attic that time. So that really was a big X-Factor play there for Louisville, and also the fact that they only had to worry about a Tachanka, and the smoke was still off site, and the Tachanka had only popped like 1 or 2 Shamika launchers at most, I think, that round. So again, the main focal point for the comments was still in the back line rather than in the limelight, I suppose, of that round. And speaking of activity here for Louisville, once again, Heartless wants to lead this charge. The Gonstick gets caught by the 80S, but that does allow elbow control pretty much for free. A Gon 6 and some Capital Bolt were burnt up, but that was really it.
Relatively decent trade if you do indeed look at it. Real estate for a little bit of utility. Shot almost landing, long range from the backside of Blue all the way, or backside of Construction, all the way through the backside of Pillar. Heartless spraying down that Prisma, about 17 shots at it will give 4 continuous pings towards their position, 1 per second. But Heartless, as that expires, you will be perfectly fine, and chill on the backside is, I don't think they're going to be too worried about it. They do indeed actually open up that elbow side, so decent control already gained here for Louisville. And again, they seemingly do not care about the roamers. Finally, J Razor seemingly worried about one, but it's only Markers. Just sitting around towards the kitchen side, holding a rotate in towards security, and J Razor doesn't really care.
If Razor can still get the hatch and E-box opened up too, it's not really going to matter if he dies, especially if you have that roamer does not play on the hatch itself. Heartless with the opener. Good job at the Capital once again, and the trade system rings in true. Trish just drops down the laundry hatch, but a little too late to catch the guy playing by the laundry rotate. Marks as well gets active in this round, and Trish, hearing the audio call by J Razor, will mow down the Habana, leaving just System still playing by that closet position. Texhorn may be low on HP, but Mark and Trish, not really the same story for them. Still a minute to go, but you're still trapped in this one position. Immediately sprays through Trish. What a good kill onto the Vigil. Still a 1v2 though, and the Comets are playing so passive, and they're playing incredibly difficult angles to deal with. Although they give away 1 body, they don't throw out the other 2, and they finally get a round win on the board, much earlier in comparison to what we saw in Clubhouse.
You know, they have the Habana look down the hatch instead of dropping down the stairs. You easily find the kill into the Vigil, and it's a 2 versus 2 as you aggress in. I do think that should have been a Louisville round. Nonetheless, UTD Green do indeed pick it up, and they're going back to the top floor. Here I'd go meeting kitchen, or even kitchen dining better than the top floor, because you've had no argument to even win the top floor, much less actually do so twice over. So that's, again, personal opinion on that one. But it just doesn't feel like Louisville Red care about this top floor defense, and a lot of the times on the site itself, a lack thereof. Trish, instead of going Smoke this time, is going Bandit when they have barely even aggressed onto the master wall. Failure Hero is going Alibi. What are these operator switches? Hello?
It's getting lost in the sauce, I think, Dan. Might need to take a step back before you end up drowning in it. I really thought for a second that bandit battery would stick on the kid's wall. That would be a first, I think, for me personally. But I think Trish will bring out the last two for the back wall leading an attic. Both these walls can get destroyed not only by the EMPs, but just vertical. So it's very obtuse to want to bring out bandit batteries for this site. A mute would be significantly better, which is something Failure Hero was bringing out constantly, because at least you have more drone denial and still a nitro cell. But, you know, I digress. I guess it's not the worst thing you could bring for this bomb site. Really hoping Comets can bring out better emphasis on that utility. They still have the Jaeger on my combo. They still have a Tachanka. I'm just hoping they can be proactive and they don't just, you know, chipmunk all their util in their little cheeks and just never bring them out in the round, you know, because if hibernation comes around, you still have, you know, all your acorns in your mouth, and it really does serve no purpose. You're not going to put them in the dirt.
You just kept going down that acorn hole, didn't you?
You know, it is almost the season for hibernation, so might as well, right?
Don't talk about things that make me want to fall asleep.
Oh, I see what you did there. That was a good one. Got a good chuckle out of that.
I have my moment every so often. Tech's playing inside an Arsenal system, seemingly aware of it, looking to clear out the Jaeger. Jaeger unaware. Spray through. First time misses. Second time through the wall does indeed land. A 2 for nothing trade. Heartless, however, is down for the time being. But I think they should be able to retrieve the Ying, and they'll be perfectly fine on that attacking side. Not too worse for wear.
Oh, the Ace is going to hop in. That's a really ballsy move, but it works out. No way J-Razor wins that gunfight. Just now, Heartless gets revived. So, that being said, it's back to a 5-on-2, and another retake by the defense. Thankfully, Failure catches J-Razor before there's a trade, but Heartless just goes up army stairs and he wins his gunfight. Completely caught off guard. Only up to the bandit now to win this altercation. Confirms 1 kill on the system. Whips out the pistol to really seal the deal, but a Ying Candela just gets rolled down to their feet and they're completely blind, completely stuck in the back of the bomb site. And now they got a retake in a 1v3. I mean, this does not look good for Trish. Not too much time to work back this map control, and you have no info where Louisville have fallen back to as well in this 1v3 post plant. Again, the passivity being a really big talking point for the offense when they get into that post plant position. And Heartless, I think he just did the around the globe rotation back at the big window, but hey, it got themselves a kill, so good on them.
So they had 3 players in 3 completely contrasting positions, only one of whom had direct line of sight on towards the actual diffuser. They had the Cali outside, repelled not only on the direct window, but on the wall next to it that goes directly to the bottom of white window. Second player was in kids' dorms, locking down the rotation that would come across the white stairs hallway straight across the dorm's main hall call out. And then Heartless was like, I'm going to run around the map. And then did so towards the double window balcony and then finds the kill because, unfortunately, To Kill a Fiend took a little bit too long on their retake, but in all fairness to them, well, she not only had to retake the site, but find 3 different players in 3 completely unknown positions because there was absolutely no information left over for the defensive side. Talk about being between a rock, a hard place, and I suppose an acorn at this point.
We're on the subject of hibernation. Seems like the Comets, for a moment, have fallen to sleep almost here on Oregon, and for them it's kind of the same storyline that we mentioned on Clubhouse of currently their first half split doesn't really look good on paper. Louisville already have 3 round wins on the attack. That is considered by some still to be a statistic anomaly for this map, although 3-3 halves in general have become a lot more, you know, mundane than what they used to be because of attacker repick and a lot more, you know, ops being favored on the offensive side nowadays. But for the Comets options, they don't have many left. They can maybe go back to basement on round 6, and now they're playing a tertiary bomb site pick, which is probably better than kids since they've lost that bomb site every single round. But again, you can just tell how limited their options are on their opponent's map pick, and that just might be the final nail in the coffin for them, especially if they don't win another round win in this first half.
Gangster already opened things up. I do believe they've seen Tex. Tex just so delayed on the look. Oh my goodness, adding insult to injury as they're just chilling, relaxing, and dead. Now trying to clear out this top floor. It's the smoke playing above. This is not an unorthodox decision, playing vertically as the smoke, at least down below, but Trish is completely taken care of. Apparently, Texhorn decided it was optional to communicate to their teammate there was indeed attic control gained by Louisville, and because of it, UTD Green have lost already top floor control, and it's been 75 seconds.
And now the offense can just freely play vertical. Oh, and they still have a fuse. Yeah, comments, they gotta run for the hills, tuck tail, and get out of dodge. Thankfully, Fiend has not received any, I suppose, destruction towards their position from those fuse charges, but really it's only a matter of time before they either get pushed out from somewhere else with some verticality or by those fuse pucks once again. 70 seconds to go now overall on the board for Louisville. And it's a triangular formation here by the comments. If the offense had info that there is somebody or nobody by meeting, they could push in from that one direction, maybe get the back kitchen wall opened up, but I don't think they'll need it at this point. It's another 5v2, and really only a matter of time before the offense realize where these last two defenders are.
Well, hey, each one finds a kill. To kill a Fiend is being held from above, though. There's still that vertical angle being locked down. To kill a Fiend, still have to worry about that. They do indeed get the dining wall open. Heartless will jump out of that position as they are safe for the time being. But it's still Louisville locking down a post-plant scenario. Synthetic seemingly misses every shot other than one, sending markers down to only about 55 HP. The swing into the shower hallway, however, is safe for the time being for that bandit. Second attempt, however, for Heartless will find the kill as they pick up another on this map. Picking up right where they left off in terms of kills to close out the previous map. It's kills to close out this round. I believe 6 now for Heartless as they continue to frag out here on Oregon, and Louisville continue to win.
Seems like they have the recipe for success. Wonder if it has any acorns included. Since we're gonna keep that ball rolling. I'm not gonna stop, you know. We gotta keep things creative one way or another.
What are you, beating a dead squirrel?
Chipmunk, preferably, since that was the first point of reference. But I like the enthusiasm. A for effort, and probably like B++ minus plus for execution there. Let's wonder how Louisville are going to execute in round number 6, probably the same way they did last time this bomb site was in play, which is probably starting out in blue bunker, getting elbow control, and then figuring out what to do next after that, which probably will consist of like getting, E-box opened up and then executing from backstairs, the very bland way of attacking this bomb site. Since their lineup hasn't really changed, besides there is now an ace rather than Habana, but I think they even had an ace last time this site was in play too, so just no extra hard breach. But, if they work enough picks in the early round, maybe that top floor presence is just not going to be a factor for them, but with their last second changeup, maybe they'll want to do a little bit more of a roam clear, but I doubt it based off their spawns.
No. Louisville are going to employ the old, oh yeah, we're going to gain construction and blue control again, and then we're going to win the round like we have, 80% of the time already in this half. J-Razor takes a decent bit of damage right off the rip. Damage from the armory hallway. A little bit of a spawn peek attempt. No kill found by Trish. Second attempt now towards main stairs or the main door in towards the building. Won't be able to find anything. I do believe they're going to clear out that vigil sooner rather than later. That or just completely circumvent his position and decide to move on entirely.
Seems like Louisville are trying to stuff up on that information before they eventually go bad. So far, not noticing any of those roamers up above. They now work their way down through backstairs. J-Razor with the lion scan, and oh no, Texhorn! He had the upper hand there with the timing of that swing, but he still loses the gunfight. J-Razor now with a minute only burned has pillar control, but just as fast as he gained it, he loses it by the hands of Failure Hero. Still, a major opening spotted by the offense. They could still take pillar, and they do, just like that. By a snap of a finger, System is now in the bomb site, and Heartless is not too far behind him, but look at Fiend's position. That could be a massive flank. She's in such a good spot to kill Heartless, but no! Misses some vital shots. Thankfully, Failure there is once again the hero of this round. The diffuser now dropped on the ground, and Fiend begins to rotate once again, but currently still lies in wait mostly by elbow.
Oh, and Synthetics actually accidentally shot out that Prisma, so the information as to the whereabouts of the Finca is certainly known. Trish is rotating up, but seemingly they're aware of this on the attacking side. Looking around towards Z for the aggression of that Vigil, the shots coming through, but they're not landing, so with both players looking in the exact same direction, Louisville, I feel, pushed a little bit too quickly on that one. They had a lot of early control, but decided to try and hold W and pull the trigger without the requisite information to really pull out the round, and UTD Green making this a 4-2 defensive half isn't the worst thing in the world, but, I mean, could have been better. And, well, now with Synthetic left alone, it's almost a certainty to be 4-2, and I do not think they're going to clear out Freezer.
Surely they don't win this 1v4, right? There's 30 seconds. No info, there's a guy still Freezer tucked behind the sink. They swing outward. Almost a kill for Synthetic. Now dealing with the guy back in Highway. The readjustment on the Vigil doesn't work out. And the Comets, like you mentioned, at least they get 2-round wins under their belt. But now moving on to the offensive side of things, I really can't say confidently that we're going to see all too much improvement in terms of their round scoring. I think the bigger issue is just that coordination and general positioning of oneself a majority of these rounds here by the Comets. I think the only person there, more specifically on that round, that did an incredible job of positioning constantly there was Failure Hero. Besides that, that could have been a round win for Louisville easily, especially since Fiend missed that opportunity of killing the person covering that plant originally, that being Heartless.
Honestly, still think Louisville should have won the round, but they just went in too quickly and didn't fully clear out at least the bottom floor. You don't have to clear out the roam. That is not needed. If you completely circumvent the roam like they did, you can move on towards the site specifically. But not clearing out the full bottom floor and still leaving yourself wary to that flank, while still having that gridlock available, but not using the track stingers in the correct positions, means unfortunately Louisville will lose the round. You're making me say Louisville now. I hate it. I hate it. Nonetheless, Louisville Red will lose the round, and it becomes a locate a bomb.
Yeah, Louisville doing a good job so far. And now we alternate how we pronounce it. So chat's going to be really wilding. Mostly Bait, because he's the main guy chirping up so far. Good to have some activity here in the B stream after a very long day of Siege gameplay. Seems like for Louisville, yeah, that's a good point. Louisville having a very different dynamic on how they defend their rounds, having a very extensive roam presence. That might net them some early opportunities. Oh yeah, J-Ray is just getting active in this round, but he's completely spotted by the UAV outside, locating any hostiles exiting the building. So off of that info, you've got Failure with the entry kill, the alibi now gone, and a big amount of safety can lead your way over to Addict. And thankfully, with neither the Sledge or Maverick dying, they can still get that wall opened up too.
We're going based off of Call of Duty technicalities. Wouldn't that be a VTOL, considering its continuous pings as to direct location rather than
Could be an
pings?
advanced UAV. Oh no, that one's still pinging though, just a little bit better. Yeah, you could call it that. That's true.
I don't know. Anyway, we'll move on. VTOL or not, it was still information. It was still an opening kill for UTD. They pick up that first, and Jay Razor's fragging ability off the board early is a big advantage here for UTD to work with. Nade prepped up first time around will miss, so the Mute Jammer's still on the board. I don't think Texhorn is aware of it either. A C4 thrown through. I don't know if that's going to land at all. I believe it was prepped from below. Trish takes out Heartless after placing down the C4, but, well, Heartless can't blow it up, so they don't even have to take it out.
Are we going to actually push up Army stairs, though? That's the bigger question, because if they don't, Gangster could still have a lot of success playing over by Trophy Room. It's currently waiting for someone to recontest this angle. A Selma deploy, but it hits the back of the door frame, so the shield remains intact for the time being. Info as well for the top of Armory, but not the actual staircase itself, despite that deployable or that regular default cam being up and alive. Gangsta still wasting a good chunk of time, but with that wall still being opened up, there is an entryway for the offense. But at the very least, they can still deny Attic for now since the smoke grenade is still active, but that was the very last one there for System, so things might get very dicey for the defense rather soon.
Every single bit of utility other than a single Kiva barrier has been expended for the defensive side. Synthetic now having that torn away from them at no fault of their own, being flanked from behind, finding that kill. A swing for a second, system will be taken away. Gangsta in a 1 versus 3 from a 1 versus 4. Swings away from Texhorn at the worst time. And the Comets make it a 1-round game. They pull it back from 4-1 down in the blink of 2 rounds, and 2 successful ones at that. UTD have brought it back. Just a single one between them and tying us up.
And for the Comets in that round, it was just good on them for punishing Louisville for being so aggressive on that round. You saw a run out off the bat, and that by J-Razor did not work out in the slightest. So that's the opening kill for the Comets. And then the same thing happens to Heartless, except just across the map. He's at the bottom of Armory Stairs, just sitting there, not even attempting to fall back, I think, at 1.2. And then he dies as well. So there's your 5-on-3, and you can just kind of play with bodies still just, you know, multiplying where you're pushing in from at that point. You can pretty much just play 2v1 gunfights wherever you want to push from. And that is exactly what happened. You had 2 in Addict, 2 by the Master Wall, and then you had 1 guy lurking up Armory. So basically helping the other 2 people by Master. So Comets just not overcomplicating the advantage they had, made it for a very clean round win. I hope to see more of that moving forward, but for Louisville, I couldn't imagine they play as aggressive as they do, or at least as aggressive without a fallback plan. Because again, Louisville just kind of ran at their opponents and were just asking to get shot at that.
Still a very odd round to look back on, nonetheless. Gangsta apparently not caring about your opinion, still looking to get aggressive in towards construction, actually does indeed back away. There's a yokai drone there for some information, as the Jaeger can play around it, should they choose to do so. Markers drone in will at minimum gain a cursory glance for the attacking side to try and gain anything they can. Gangsta, a gamble spray will not land, but that's a lot of early information for the attack. With those drones coming through, they find out that there's at minimum a Jaeger, a shield, an ADS to work off of, alongside dirt control as well. This is really good for UTD. Well, yeah, they lose the drone, they still have the info to play off of.
Well, the Comets still trying to get some control over by Blue Bunker as well. 1 explosive lifeline gets deployed to break down that 1 shield by Barrel Doorway. Now Gangsta falls back into a pocket close to Pillar to maybe help assist System, so he's not completely by himself in this area. But if that hatch gets opened up, Gangsta might need to fall back into Pillar. The Kairos charge will go off, and it's only a matter of time before that eventual move has to be called by the Jaeger to then rotate once again. But so far for Louisville, at least they haven't lost any bodies. And then I jinx System. I am so sorry, but oh no. Don't melee him. Oh, he gets the knife kill on Trish. Oh, and he almost finds another one. Where's the comms for this? There's no way the Alibi finds a third. Thank God Fiend just barely wins that gunfight. But still, that's a massive kill for her. That could have been wraps for the offense if every single kill was found by that Alibi.
Honestly, it almost is. If it's failure to fall there instead of markers to make it a 2 versus 2, this map is probably done and dusted. It becomes 5-3. Louisville win the bottom floor. It can go back to really any site they choose. A re-swing towards Freezer does not land there for failure, so at minimum they still have something to work around, but there is a flank established around the dirt side, and To Kill a Fiend has given away their whereabouts with a Banshee ever so slightly popping at the top of Blue Stairs. They will attempt to aggress all the way towards the top of Main, of which may be heard by the attacking side. This is not looking good for the 3 HP support of UTD.
40 seconds to work this play, however you may choose. But the options do seem very limited. Both default cams still up in 30 seconds. That's a little jarring of a perspective, but that might cost Fiend's life since they know where she's trying to push in from, and the barricades are still intact. Yeah, there's no better way to slice it. This round just sucks for Fiend because she is in such an unwinnable position. Has to rotate back down a staircase, such a loud audio call. And Louisville, they're already aware that's going to be the main intention for this Hibana, and they just set up to deny it. A Banshee for good measure too, and Synthetic with the confirmation. Louisville now up 5 rounds, I believe, in a 5-3 split, currently going in around 9. And I think the biggest reason for the Comets' failure there was just the lack of, I don't know, communication and information more specifically too. They had no idea J-Razor was still in T3, and then they didn't comm where he was, or nobody listened to the comm that was given by the alibi that just died, or Ayana that just died to the alibi pardon.
It's still Louisville with that round victory, and now a 2-round lead once
Yeah.
more. Going back a couple rounds, I do want to correct myself. Ever so kind was the unnamed gamer. He said VTOL has lethality. He was correct. It is an orbital VSAT. That was the continuous information as to somebody's whereabouts instead of a UAV or anything. It was at least back in Black Ops 2, which I know you play a whole lot. It was a UAV, a counter UAV, which is basically the complete opposite for the opposing team, and an orbital VSAT. For all of you wondering about the run around like a chicken with your head cut off version of Rainbow Six Siege, there you go.
10 seconds
The
left.
good old days. God, that was still like my squeaker age of life. Oh, there were a lot of what's the term that I would want to use for that? There was a lot of hostility based on my age and sound. Yeah, that's a good way to describe it. Good times, though. Builds character, I guess you could call it. And this spawn peak might build some character for UTD Green, as they might be well prepared for this angle next time they lock in on Oregon. But so far, no one's actually peeked the Rook. Oh, we might just catch a glimpse of this, actually, though. Gangster is refusing to lead this position. A couple shots ring out, but I think they all just hit the windshield of that van. So thankfully, there's enough coverage there by the Comets to still stay alive and not lose any health in that position. And now dawning on to the opposite side of the map, you've got J-Razor still roaming close to Green Hall / Big Tower. That could maybe net a kill, especially if both the Sledge and Maverick are distracted. But I don't think Failure is.
They know about J-Razor down below. The swing from J-Razor, still getting aggressive, still finds a kill. Why not? Has absolutely no information as to Failure Hero's position, yet still finds the opener. And the alibi picks up that first kill again. Gang still looking down the vertical angle towards main, almost actually sees the legs of the Thermite. Second attempt at a round towards the Ayana will miss as well. You're still looking at UTD Green, though, with that disadvantage right off the rip. They lose half, or actually a third of their nades, considering they have Trish on the Nook. And oh my goodness, System is just very close. J-Razor behind is actually being baited in, but it doesn't work. Markers is aware of it and actually finds the kill because of it. Almost actually takes away System's head as well, but System would be lucky to drop away their life. J-Razor, not so much. Markers still in this one.
Still, it's going to take a very long time to get this wall opened up. And no grenades to help deal with a shield that could potentially be there. It's only the flashbangs to force back the smoke. And honestly, he can just waste the Maverick's util with his own primary gadget of those toxic smokes. But at the moment, you've got the rest of the Comets trying to work their way from the first floor, creeping up White, and then the main breach by Fiend. But that lurk, so far leading by Texhorn, does not work out. Trish is still alive on the Nook, but there's a Kiba to block her from getting past White, and a flank by Heartless as well. Perfectly timed onto the isolated Nook, now leaving both Fiend and Mark so far away from one another. Basically on two opposite islands, just hoping they can win their separate one-for-ones, but they're not really in a position to do that. You've got somebody in Trophy, another person from top White. There's no safe entryway for the Thermite. Then you go back to Mark, and there's still toxic gas keeping him at bay. The SMG to spray him down. There's tons of holes left in his body at this point. And Fiend, in a desperation attempt, will try to get this diffuser on the ground, or at the very least bait it. There goes one impact grenade to make a proper rotation, and System just simply goes in for the kill, and Louisville off of that gets series point.
System actually saw the barrel but didn't know it, and then swings after fully seeing the outline of the Thermite. Louisville published their new esports program, and with it they bring in a new class. It is How to Flank 101. The main subject points: find kills, delay time, and be a nuisance. They live up to that to a T, and UTG Green die and fall because of it. Another round loss there for the Comets attack. They now face 3 consecutive match and series points just to force overtime, and that overtime is just putting them in a position to try and force border before they actually have an opportunity to win this series. There's a long road between the Comets and picking up this series.
I will say, for the Comets, definitely a fan of the Nomad pick.
It's
They're gonna have
Comets. There's no N.
Did I say an N on
I've
accident?
been saying comments for like a map and a half.
Oh, I've been
I was
probably like just. Why didn't you tell me earlier?
I didn't
I
know
don't-
you were saying it.
I
That time you definitely say it.
I misspeak with little stuff like that all the time. It's like the worst habit I have ever. And I have never in my like 2 years of casting have been able to fix that. That's just like a personal issue I have. And I feel very betrayed by you now, Dan. So for the Comets, not Ments. Oh, that's probably why I
Not
messed
from
it up.
New York.
I have to over enunciate the M. That's probably why I messed it up. So for the Comets, I
They're
apologize.
not from New York.
All right, well, hey, it's the same color orange, man. It's like they're asking for it, you know? Anyways, they're asking to not get flanked at this point because now they have a Nomad and a Zero. So hopefully they can not get shot in the back by J-Razor. But if that were to happen, I'd be very shocked, especially since, you know, they have stuff to deny them.
That gave me a giggle. I appreciate it. Thank you. The Yokai should be taken out. That actually makes it up the attic stairs safely. I don't know how that happens, but nonetheless, it did. Heartless still in this one. Gangsta still at the top of T3. I don't know if they've been cleared of position just yet. That's a concern. Also, a brief note for all of you who are unfamiliar, there was some maintenance at 9 in the morning on the East Coast for all PC players. Rook now gives you self-res alongside the extra HP, for all of you wondering what some of the changes were, and that's at least one of them.
Well, now when you're dead, so Synthetic's not going to be the first wielder of that. Oh, there's no chance. Yeah, J-Razor's caught in the reload, out in the open, overexposed. Trish there to punish the Comets. Actually, that's how a name told me I should pronounce it, so I guess I'll just go with that since there's going to be probably a handful of rounds left. And there's a retake by Louisville, working 2 picks their way. Mark there in the response, eventually onto Gangsta. Someone who's been a little more quiet on this game in comparison to the last map, but at least the rest of his squad is picking up the pace. Heartless finds a kill into Trish, and now your top fraggers, essentially, of System and Heartless are the only 2 to stand, but against Mark and Tex, could be a little more doable in this predicament. 50 seconds to go, a better angle being established by Heartless, and now the execute might be attempted by this kitchen doorway, but there's a toxic smoke grenade to keep them at distance for the time being, just giving more time for the defense to work these kills, and wow, that's just siege timing in a nutshell. Mark looks away at the perfect moment for Heartless to swing by stage, and now Texhorn is the last hope for the Comets.
They do still have 2 secondary breaches available alongside the 2 Argix cameras and 30 seconds to work with. They have to not only grab the diffuser, but either find 2 kills or try and get that diffuser down in that 20 seconds of time. They swing, they drop 60 HP before doing so because of the toxic babes between them and the 2 remaining members of Louisville Red, and Louisville will take the series. 7-3 here on Oregon, ever so clean to close things out. 7-2 on Clubhouse, similar situation there. And a 2-0 series victory for the team from Kentucky.
And a well-needed win at that, too, because, again, we're moving towards the latter half of the regular season. So you're only going to have like a handful more games to play. If you want to make it to playoffs in your division, you're going to need to probably have, you know, I'd say probably between like 4 to 5 wins total. So now that the Comets have lost that game and you had Louisville winning it, they stack up their chances a little bit more. We might see either 2 of these teams actually make it to playoffs because they still have 2 wins in their pocket. So overall, not really at the bottom of the barrel, but still they have a lot of time to continue and improve, which I'm really hoping for, especially for the Comets, since their performance here on default maps just didn't look good today. You know, it happens. You know, you have bad games. I am actually interested to see, though, what they would look like on Orthodox maps like Skyscraper, like Theme Park, maybe Border as well, because those maps don't get picked anywhere near as often, especially in Collegiate. But, you know, if we did go to map 3, you might have seen one of those 3 maps I just mentioned. But, you know, today we didn't get that chance, sadly.
Unfortunately, it did not happen, but that's it for the B stream. 2 different 2-0s on the day. In this one, a 7-2 on Clubhouse and a 7-3 win on Oregon means Louisville pick up the series 2-0. But if you're still looking for some more Oregon action, the main stream still going, will be for a little while, is there in map 1 in the Legends Conference. It's Illinois State taking on the University of British Columbia on that stream, and then both streams will be right back here tomorrow with some League of Legends action for all of you MOBA fans. Stick around for that. Start around 5, 6 6, 7 p.m., give or take, depending on the stream. Hopefully, we will see you then, but for the time being, that is all we have for you. I've been Time to Light. That right there has been Fellow. We've had Unnamed and Shiro in the background, locking things down as per usual from across the pond. Ever so thankful for them as they continue to support from behind. We appreciate it, and we'll see you tomorrow.